founded on a covenant between God's people with God to create this nation. This nation was founded on the principles, biblical principles. And that's what gives me hope, because I feel like chaos. Every other country has fallen to communism and socialism, including where I've come from. But I feel like there's something unique about the United States. That covenant that the Lord made with the founders of this nation is the one.
Hey, Canoe. How's it going? Hey, Diesel. I'm learning, so everybody bear with me. Yep, Bill. Hey, here. Hey, Bill, come up and chat with me. Let's see if I can remember how to do the invite. Stop. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I figured out how to do StreamYard there. Hi, Miriam. And my dog decided to have a barking fit, so I apologize for that too. Cool, Canoe. Thank you. Hi, Kristen. I live on a corner right now, and every time somebody's walking their dog, my dogs go nuts. I've got a big picture window, so they decide to bark out of it. Hey, Mark. I should have added that. Something new, something borrowed, something blue. Hey, Bill, how are you?
You did it.
Yes.
Cool.
There's a lot of stuff on here to get used to.
But you're not on Twitch.
I'm not on Twitch?
Not according to what I can see.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I hit the game. I didn't hit the Wizmodo or whatever.
Yeah.
That's it. It's probably showing up because I see Miriam and Kristen and Mark came in on the Emerald one or the game. The game.
Yeah, I came in through Sick Pat's YouTube channel.
Okay. Canoe said he'd be up in a bit. He might be able to add that onto it.
You should try to see if you can get the Twitch one on too.
Yeah, when he comes up, I see a thing that might be it to edit, but I don't want to accidentally kill the stream. So I'll go for a while. But we're on the game on Twitch. It's just that wizard one that I didn't click on. So and that's the one they had been running on. Good thing the game's up. So is the Twitch game one working all right, Mark and Miriam? Oh, there's
yeah, I see it says the game is live. Yeah,
okay,
4 minutes.
Cool.
Okay, apparently the game is on, yeah.
Nice.
So
I didn't screw it up, Emerald.
they probably got their notifications
Nice.
on Don Bears and everywhere.
Yeah.
So actually, my battery's pretty low right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of some epoxy, some marine grade epoxy, and it is hard to find out here where I live.
It is for doing like an aquarium.
No, it's epoxy for doing like knife handles and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There's a place out of Denver that deals with that. It's a marine epoxy for like boat holes, but some people use it for thicker for stuff like that.
Well, it's a lot more abrasion resistant. I don't know. I have some other stuff too. It's spar varnish. It's a urethane spar type of stuff, which is not terrible. The only thing is trying to keep the bubbles out of it and stuff.
Oh yeah. Try a. Have you tried a? Oh, hi Kim. Have you tried the like a torch to hold it away ways and do that to get the bubbles out?
No, not if I'm doing it indoors. I'm not going to do that.
Okay. I know, and I don't know what type of that's what we do with the epoxy. I guess you're talking about urethane. But with
this spar varnish is actually designed for boats. Okay. This is a marine grade spar varnish. It looks pretty nice. I mean, I've been using it on knife handles and stuff, and the only problem is it has a little bit of a amber cast to it. So I really I'm trying to get away from that amber look to it. You know, it's not always what I want. I have some bright colors, but I don't want to mute them down.
Okay, the one in Denver is apparently called totalboat.com.
Yeah.
And it'll have some of the 2-part epoxy.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Nice. And with the epoxy like that, like when we do countertops and stuff like that, we use a little torch to get the bubbles to come to the top and come out.
Well, I use it on knife handles. I use it on fishing lures.
Nice.
And when it comes to the fishing lures, another thing too is the reason I don't want to use this spar varnish urethane stuff is because it interacts with the paint sometimes, and the epoxy tends to not do that. You know, yeah. I don't want it fish eyeing, or it'll activate it if it's something like a metallic. Then it will actually spread it around the lure.
Oh, yep. Nice. Hey, Tim.
Works like a glaze almost. It interacts with the paint, and then if you're working with metallic finish, then it will kind of smear it, and that's what I don't want to do. And the epoxy won't do that.
Right. Well. A messed up epoxy finish or a messed up finish period can screw up a whole project.
Yeah. Yep.
It sucks that happened to put so much work into something, and then something that seems as minuscule as the finish, have it make it look bad.
What's really cool, it actually looks really cool if I wanted to get away from the high gloss, I could go with the matte finish on the knife handles. I just need to find somebody that will that's got it, but it gives it this deep look, and you can go with a semi-gloss or a matte, and the semi-gloss actually makes it look like it was not painted, like it was just more polished.
Nice.
Yeah. Fills in a lot of the imperfections.
Yeah. And I like that glossy, deep look to some of those finishes.
And then what I'm planning on doing is getting a rotisserie, just a regular barbecue rotisserie, and use that for turning it so I don't, so I get even
more consistency.
Yep.
Nice.
And you can use it on fishing poles too. It works really good if you're wrapping eyelets on fishing poles. You use floss and wrap it, and then you hit it with epoxy. It looks totally amazing.
Nice. Mark, you would like it here. I was driving north of Anchorage, and there was a line of about 5 boats on the trailer. Each one was $100, $200, $150. Somebody had some older boats. They looked okay, just older. But yeah, they weren't much at all. Heck, I couldn't even buy the trailer for what they're asking out of it. Did I lose you, Bill?
No, I'm still here. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
That's all right. Let's see. Here we go to anybody that wants to come up. Aha. Getting it figured out now. Woohoo. And by the way, Emerald can now vouch that I am a real person. He talked to me live with camera and mic, so he knows I'm a real person or a very believable robot.
Oh, would you use that Duo app on the phone?
Actually, no. We came on here, but you can actually do like a pre-room and talk. So he was going over it with me. Hi, Kim.
Hi.
Hello, Kim.
Hello.
How's Kim today?
Kim's doing pretty good today.
Hi, Mark.
Hey. What's happening, captains?
I'm learning a lot of new stuff.
Well, that's good. We never stop learning, do we?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the best way to be. Keeps us active.
And some of us never learn.
on some things, I never learn. There's probably a good reason I'm single, because I never learn.
You ever seen that movie Tucker and Dale versus Evil?
It's on Amazon right now. I've seen it a couple times. Is it worth watching?
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to watch
Yes. I love that movie so much because them two dudes remind me of me.
it.
You'll see what I'm talking about.
Nice.
I wish I could I'm going to. I got a job finally.
That's
Uh,
awesome. And I'm glad to hear that.
I think I'm going to commit to this one too. I mean, I just got a good vibe from them today.
Nice.
It's a really good vibe. If I don't know if any of y'all ever worked in a kitchen before, but you know how when you get behind and everybody's just stands there and looks at you like you're a fucking idiot?
Yep.
Yeah, they don't do that at Applebee's. They stop what they're doing and help you because of this thing that I learned about just today called teamwork. That sounds pretty cool to me. Just saying. Don't know how it'll work out, but we'll see.
Sorry, I'll get right back to you. I'm going to answer chat. Earthquake. There is actually a lot of people here that Mark, Bill, everybody were definitely fans of all of our guns. So, sorry about that, Mark. I just wanted to be
a lot of
sure.
people.
But yeah, that's awesome, Mark. I was glad to hear that. I hope it works out good for you. When I was in high school, one of my first jobs outside of the farm was washing dishes for a couple of years in a restaurant.
Right on.
But $3.25 an hour.
Well, this job ain't paying that much more than fast food, but it is more than fast food. And the potential to make quite a bit more is there. So,
hey, Bella.
Hey.
Well, this was a little dinky town restaurant that paid less than minimum. It was one of those, you see in a little cafe in a little tiny town. So, yeah.
Oh, there's a little restaurant out at a marina next county over. Not too far from here, actually. I'm kind of like not in the middle of the county, but anyway, at the other lake, there's a marina and there's a little place there called the Bluegill Grill, and I put in for kitchen manager there. Didn't get it, but that was $60,000 a year, and it's seasonal. They're only open like 8 months out of the year.
Nice.
That would be all right, but Applebee's is right here. There's some affordable apartments close to that, and Kroger right behind Applebee's. So
nice.
Got everything I need right in a little area. Ain't got to worry about driving anxiety, nothing like that. And if anything ever, and where I'm planning on getting an apartment at, if anything ever happens to my car, it's a long walk, but it's walking distance. So.
Yep. Well, and that helps. Carpenter, I got to point this out. Carpenter said he's always wanted to hunt, but the guns are so loud it scares him.
Wow.
But no, that helps when you're in walking distance. I mean, because so many times right now I've got the 2 part-times that I do on the side, and one of them's 20 miles away. So that's when I start in the mornings. So I've got a 20-25 minute drive every morning before I even get there. And it drives me nuts.
Where I grew up, it was about 30 minutes into Murfreesboro.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going from living on a farm in a community that didn't have any red lights, unincorporated community, right? Just a little farming area. And then, bam, pretty urban city. That's what we had in my county. But I would have to make a long ass drive to go get stuff because the nearest actual municipality was Eagleville. and they didn't have anything there either. I mean, it's a town of like 1,500, you know. So there was a grocery store and a police department, believe it or not. So for some reason, and that stuff, but nothing else really. So it was either go to Eagleville and not find what you want, or bite the bullet and drive on into Murfreesboro. Now, I don't miss that. But if I had my druthers, I'd live out in the country. But with the ammo situation, it's not like I would be like casually shooting all the time like I enjoy doing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, damn,
I'm sorry.
that's how you flex nowadays. Post a video of yourself driving to the range with how high gas is, and shooting plywood targets. That's how you flex. That's how you show you got money these days.
Nah.
You know.
I
But
ain't got money. I can't afford the ammo anymore. I'm like, you know, like most people out there, most of us, God, it's so insane. I'm afraid to pop off any rounds.
When I was a kid, Dad bought these big cans. They look like sardine cans of Soviet surplus ammunition for the SKS.
Yep.
I used to love cracking that can open. It had like a little key.
Yep.
You roll around the side, pop that off, and just all these rounds staring at you in the face, and you just knew you were going to have fun shooting shit.
Nice.
It was awesome. And all the guns, man. I had 22 just out there. I had so much 22, I'd give it to people.
Yep.
Lots of 9mm. Quite a bit of 45 long Colt. Shotgun shells, I was lousy with them. Man, I had more than I needed. Those were the days.
Right.
It just wasn't expensive, you know.
I remember growing up when I got my first gun. But I'm sure most of you guys feel the same way. Country is definitely different than the city, because when I grew up, I was given a 22 when I was little, and just like most of us kids were, a 22 and a 410. And there was times where you grabbed a pocket full of ammo and you just went out into the pasture, walked around, and shot stuff.
I had a reproduction Schofield, chambered in 32 long. That's why I like cowboy guns.
Nice.
I like single action revolvers. I also had what is that? The Remington 1878 model, I think.
Nice.
The hog leg that took center fire.
Yep.
Had that too.
Nice. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, Dad had a 44. That son of a bitch was Smith, one of them large frame ones.
Nice.
I don't know much about Smith and Wesson, but this son of a bitch was huge. I remember aiming it and being like, God damn, too heavy. Yep. Dad, man, he jerked that thing out and just fire it off like it was nothing.
Bill, Wild Bill is a fan of the 44s. He's a big fan of the 44s.
Well, I mean, he was out on the plains, so
yeah.
And plus up in the hills, because it ain't all flat.
Yeah.
And there's big critters up in them hills too.
Oh,
so that's probably why. But true range folk, cowboys, the typical people, 32 was the thing for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Good and light. Is it as powerful as modern guns, even a 9mm? No. But does it do the job of it? Yeah. Yeah, it do. Especially if you're running black powder. Not burning too hot. Bullets going where it needs to go. Sometimes a slower bullet's a good thing. Sometimes.
You people are on crack. Yeah, we're on Twitch on the game on Twitch. We aren't on the Wiz channel. The game finally got started back up. They let Emerald have it back, so he's on it. And if I knew how to post that, I would. If somebody could post a link, that would be awesome. In YouTube.
I ate fairly healthy today. I don't know why I'm all gassy.
Going
Last
into the
night I
weather?
had a salad. Oh no, I'm feeling good.
Oh.
I'm jonesing for a drink still, but that's okay. I'm dealing with it pretty good. I mean, I'm feeling this side of good for once.
Nice.
So that ain't too bad.
It's amazing, like where you got that job. It's amazing how much it'll do for a person. When I was out, I was out for almost a year with my back. It drove me nuts. Yeah. You just go down.
I know I'm a productive person and stuff. Like, there's no excuse, no reason I should be in this situation whatsoever. So now I have the opportunity to change that.
Nice.
And I'm gonna.
You people has trouble with Twitch, it sounds like. Well, thank you guys for coming up and joining me. I was a little nervous. I wasn't even sure if anybody's going to show up. Looks like chat's really active too. That's awesome.
What you talking about, SP? Everybody love you.
Yeah, I don't know about that. For you here last night, I have offended the hell out of a few people.
I was not here last night. I was let's call it moody.
Nah.
So I wasn't in any chats. I played Stardew Valley on my phone.
Nice.
I'm very into that game.
Stardew Valley?
Yeah.
I have it. And I got one. It's a number drop thing. It's almost like Tetris, but with numbers. And I used to love
sounds
Tetris.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll actually pull it up and give you the name to look for.
No, that's cool. That's a game for smart people.
Yeah, you do good at it.
I like to just mindlessly plant pumpkins and run around the map, saying mean things to NPCs.
Nice.
Now, Stardew Valley really does get my video game fix while I'm in a fucking car. Now, when I get me a place, I'm getting a video game system. I don't give a damn. Fuck it. I work for that money, man. I'll do what I want. I'm old.
Right on. So. I miss playing World of Tanks. My Xbox One took a dive, so I haven't been able to play World of Tanks. That was like my escape there for a while.
I played World of Tanks on mobile once on a shitty phone, but nice. It was laggy, but I enjoyed it. It was pretty okay.
It's fun. I like it. Miriam's right. She's like, it's like the UFC in here sometimes.
Yeah.
You people are on track. Sorry about that. They actually don't change the name much. It's just the game channel got suspended for some silliness that they didn't even do anything. It was somebody being mad and turned them in for nothing. And because they got banned because they came on here and said some really bad stuff. So they banned him and he got mad and went and complained about him. So the game got taken down. So they had to go to the Wizard channel as backup. So these are the usual.
Wow. Man, that's so messed up because a couple of years ago, there's a big gaming channel on YouTube. and Twitch both. They stream on Twitch. They like do the simultaneous streams.
Right.
I'm subscribed to them, but I don't ever really watch. Anyway, they played Conan Exiles. This is a big channel now, like with thousands and thousands of followers. They played Conan Exiles, and in that game, you can be naked.
Oh, wow.
Fully naked.
Nice.
So naturally, they made Tommy Wiseau in the character creator, basically, because they mock Tommy Wiseau from The Room like a lot, and it's hilarious. Yeah. And they gave him a big huge pud, and so they played that thing for like a few hours. Big pud flopping about, and Twitch didn't care about that. YouTube didn't care about that. But if you pass along some true statements about certain topics, then they come down on you. It's like, what the fuck? You know?
I got you. Yeah.
I don't get that.
Yeah.
Like so full frontal male nudity in a game is fine. Okay. But you can't say Trump won. You can't say don't get the vax because it's fucking poison. You know?
Yeah.
Can't just be that guy in general. Oh no.
You people are on crack. I'm sorry I don't meet your approval. Emerald will be on here pretty soon though, if you want to stick around and talk to him.
So
yeah, there's some of those sites that they get pretty ranked that if you bring up something they don't like, boom, you're gone.
Mm-hmm. No,
I've been there.
I never comment at Djibouti. Like I say though, I never really watch them. I catch their. I'll sometimes I like catch an old stream on YouTube that they posted or something. But I went to their chat once. Nah, man. At first, it's too fast to keep up with. And second, it's all just a bunch of fucking, it's gross. I'll just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just bad.
Yeah, makes no sense to even discuss. I got you.
I'm actually very prudent, believe it or not, on certain things.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Yes, sir.
Beer is cheaper than nation. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm wanting a drink. Well.
Watch the camera real quick. You all get to meet me for a second. And I'll put it right back out. To prove that I'm a real person. Hey, not a robot.
I never thought I'd see the day. I never thought I'd see the day that beer would be cheaper than ammunition.
Oh, that is. That's true.
Liberals. I don't see any liberal.
I think some of them think I'm liberal.
Okie dokie. Well, I said I'm just going to be up here a few minutes, and I'm in it. I'm going to head into Walmart here and get me something to drink.
Thanks for coming on.
I'm probably not non-alcoholic. So, yeah. But tell you what, I'll be down there in the chat.
Cool. Well, thank you.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
You too.
So how is Kim doing?
Doing good.
Good. Glad to hear.
Yeah, what, $1.50 a beer, roughly, for cheaper beer? You know, you buy a can of beer for $1.50 or so, and a bullet cost you over $2 now.
That place that Canoe had was pretty cheap. That for Winchester or anything, Remington or anything like that, for my 7.62, the 7.6254, it's around $3.99 a yard or a round.
That is such a good caliber.
That thing will blow the crud out of a lot of stuff. I like it.
Well, it's almost got the power of a 30-06.
Yeah. And it's
right
precise.
It's neck and neck with the 30-06.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to beat a 30-06. They've been around in our country for so long, but everybody's dad or grandpa had a 30-06.
Yeah. I want to get a 30-06 or a 30-30. I wouldn't mind having a 30-30, 30-30 lever action.
I like 30-06. I used to have a 32 special. It was like a 30-30. I could shoot 30-30 out of it, but it wasn't very accurate. Yeah, they'd feed and everything, and they looked about the same. It's just that the 32 special had a little more attitude. And it was more accurate. And it was out of a pre-1964 Winchester that I had.
Nice. Carp, you can see the YouTube chat from up here. If you come up here, I'll post this again. I'm getting good at this. Just the posting the invite link.
Hey, Carpenter.
Has anybody heard from Don T yet?
I have not. I talked to Emerald today. He hasn't heard from him either. But someone came in when we were doing that backroom chat thing where he was kind of familiarizing me with stuff, and he said he thought it was Don T. So he's still out and about. I hope he got his RV fixed up in Wyoming.
It's just really been on my mind lately that I'm not calling Wiz and letting us know anything else.
Drop when people drop off real quick, it always makes a person concerned. That's for sure.
Carpenter, you gonna come up on the stream?
Come on, Miriam, you too. Kim needs backup. She's always stuck up here with all the guys. Oh, I think Bill accidentally left on us.
Somebody hit the red button.
Yeah.
Not supposed to hit the red button.
I'm scared I'm going to hit it now because I'm good at hitting it, but I would in the broadcast as I did now. So you happen to be home, Kim?
Yep, I'm at home.
Nice.
I've
Probably
been watching since Bruce Wayne posted Sick Pat's old chats up on his channel, and he said they'll be on there for a week or two until they take them down. I've been watching them before everything that was going on before I ever met him.
Nice.
Oh God, I did. He never actually. only one time did he ever play guitar when he was here.
Really?
For me, yes. So I listened to all of his guitar playing and everything, and oh God, what happened? He was so good, but
Yeah. At the beginning, he used to play a lot, and then I know, like with the funny movies, we'd do the funny movies, and that kind of became the thing, the relaxed thing with the watching those movies, the silent on silent, and then he would do kind of a mystery science theater type of thing. Welcome in, Carp. Carp came up to visit us.
yeah.
Hello, I can see the other chat now.
Nice. It's kind of neat up here, though. You can see who's chatting in all the rooms. Nobody's chatting in YouTube right now, though.
We used to be able to do this regularly. You could see them all.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't.
I think that's if they run the chat bot. But that chat bot, Emerald was saying something about it today. That chat bot got to where it was coming on more than anything.
I don't know what the chat bot does.
It's a thing that pops up in your screen to tell you different things, and it also allows them, I think, to see different chats.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know nothing about this. I just know all of a sudden it stopped.
Yeah. It's a learning.
They probably even talked about it and explained it, but I didn't understand what they were saying.
Restream bot, that's what it was. Yeah. That's Kim, you were talking about playing the guitar. I think the thing I miss the most is those when he would do the mystery science theater type of thing. That got to be fun on Saturday nights.
Yeah.
That was a blast.
And then you guys talk about a different channel that he was on and did a lot of the music. Something about a church or something.
Oh, New Elder Church. Yeah, he had a channel that. That's right. Yep. He did a lot of music on that too. I think he called it New Elder Church. Oh, hi, Zach.
Now, could I still find that on?
Don't Bruce have that? I thought Bruce had some of that.
He might.
Bruce
and you
Wayne.
should be able to get into it too, because it was one of his rooms. He was the creator behind it. So the New Elder Circle Church is what it was. That's right. But yeah, you might look into that on his computer, Kim, because that was one of his rooms.
Well, see, when he got here, he had to buy a new computer.
Oh, right.
So, and he got this one locked to where I don't know his passwords or anything. So a friend of my daughter's went to school with her, got into it and couldn't do anything on unlocking what he already had on it. He had to make me as a second person on it, so I can't go into any of Ryan's stuff. I can't get into any of Sick Pat stuff.
I got
because we don't know what any of the passwords was.
Oh, Miriam just posted a link to his backup channel. That would have probably been it. Sorry, Carp. I think I cut you off earlier. Oh, he might have had to go to the restroom too. 18 viewers right now. Emerald said he was going to come on. I think he should be coming on here in a bit. Sounded like they were in the relaxation mode after a long day, though, so they might be still winding down.
Ah. Apex finally worked on his vehicle, huh?
Yeah, Apex is on his way home. Aha.
Ah.
Speak of the devil. Hey, Emerald.
Hi, Wiz.
Hey, Emerald.
Miriam's going to send you a link on Messenger, Kim.
Okay. Thank you, Miriam.
Hey, Carpenter, how you doing, Kimmy?
I doing pretty good.
I didn't screw everything up yet.
Right, you're doing a good job. Doing a good job, man.
Cool. Thank you. This is really cool, actually.
Yeah, I was just finishing off last of the blackberry cobbler and a little vanilla ice cream.
Ah.
Now, what's that saying? If you don't have enough for the class, you're not supposed to eat it in front of everybody?
Oh, I did. I waited till I was done.
Oh.
Not just bragging about it.
Did you make more or did you just finish off what we made?
I finished off what we made. It had to be eaten because it's starting to turn into wine or something. Yeah.
Oh, that's when it gets better, isn't it?
Well, in the transition stages, it ain't all that fun.
I got you. Yeah.
Right.
taking the crisp part with it probably isn't the greatest either.
Oh yeah. Because it acts like a yeast and all that sugar.
Yeah.
So have all them red ones turned black yet?
A lot of them, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to harvest them and freeze them, and do all that jazz. You bet. Oh man, yeah, we finally got Apex on the roads earlier today. He should be home by now.
Yeah.
But something happened. Yeah, we got the brakes fixed on his Jeep and jumped it. Got him loaded. Got the tires aired up.
Dallas was barbecuing earlier.
Huh?
Dallas was barbecuing earlier. I'm doing some late night barbecuing, he said.
Oh, right.
Apex was on Bears for a little bit not too long ago, so he might be home.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he showed up for a couple of minutes, probably an hour and a half ago.
Oh, wow.
Might be settling in at home right now, getting everything worked out before he comes on.
So Ranger doing a lot better now?
Ranger? Yeah, he's not coughing. He coughs every once in a while.
Okay.
But not like he was. It's only like, here and there. He was eating blackberry cobbler dough the other day.
I'm finding out on the laptop, it's a lot easier to keep up with everything. On the phone, I couldn't watch the screen and chat. But on the laptop, it makes it a lot easier. Everything's just right there.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Tim, how you doing? Miriam, Dallas, La Bella, welcome in. Haven't seen that one. Kristen, yeah, rock on. Even you have people on crack.
Yeah, he was here earlier. He wasn't too amused with me, and
Where'd Carpenter go?
I don't know. I was
Hey,
just going to
bro.
talk to him. Oh, Bill's
He'll
back.
be right back.
There's Bill. He's back.
I had a phone call. So I had an important phone call.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Man, I tell you, we went to the pool today. Brother took me up to the resort area, and we took over the pool for a while, and I just feel so much better.
Is Canoes on here?
Now, see, not yet. He said he'd come by here in a bit, but he's going to also call it an early night.
My mom, she was the one that called me. She just reminded me when we went on the USS Nimitz, the battleship Nimitz. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't remember that it was the Nimitz.
He's alive. He's alive.
Apex.
Did the Jeep stay in one piece?
Yes. My battery died again at Walmart, but after that, I met someone really cool. He threw me some bud, and we smoked out, and he jumped my car.
What,
So-
down here? Down here?
Yeah. Well, I went to go pick up the money at Walmart.
Oh,
And
wow.
you got back outside and it wouldn't start.
Yep.
Oh, my.
I'm telling you, bro, it's just that old battery. It's got to be replaced.
But he spoke with you and then jumped you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was pretty cool.
I told you it's a polite society down here, man.
Yeah. Tell you what. Hey, Tim, Zoom. We got everybody in here. What's going down?
Bill, where was
Apex, you're going to have to write a book called The Amazing Adventures of Apex.
Bro, it's already in the works.
Is it really?
That'll be in the adult section.
Apex, how's your back been?
I'm about to have to get off here and get in the shower for a really hot shower for some muscle relaxing. But I'll tell you what though, Daniel ended up throwing me his sleeping roll, which I just kept rolled up, and it was the perfect height for a pillow. So that all that breathing issues I was having went away, and then my back finally got used to the ground and stuff.
He left an impression.
I did. I did.
You're having back problems?
Yeah, from
It
laying
was-
on the ground, but it's okay. I got used to it.
Right on.
It was more
I think they call that body
breathing.
hardening.
It's not a.
Hey, thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Carpenter.
It's not, hey,
Oh,
Carl,
Canoes, yes. I'll probably go check that out, bro.
It actually helps a lot of people's back to sleep on something hard like that.
Right, but there's rocks and a root system, and my blankets were all kinds of They rolled up at night, you know. Yeah.
Why did you sleep on the pallets?
I don't know. Why didn't any of us? Well,
Because we camped out in the front yard instead of
Yeah.
going back where Wiz made the camp. We made that as the firing range.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah.
Since it was
Yeah.
only 3 of us that popped up tents that was there. So we slept in the front yard.
I was just thinking that other time you slept on pallets. I remember.
Oh, I got to meet Hammer, guys.
hey, Carp, there's the StreamYard link again if you want to come back up.
We were talking 30-06.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm hoping Carp hit the wrong button, and I didn't hit the wrong button to kick him off. I don't think I did. I wasn't touching anything, so.
We were having a good time talking about old man guns.
Yeah.
I still got my old the original gun I got was a little bolt action 22. It was a Remington, and then I got a Remington when I was older. I got a Remington. I think when I was in 5th grade, I got the Remington pump. In 3rd grade, I got the bolt action. In 5th grade, I got the pump.
Nice.
The little 22 pump.
No way.
The most common problem I find with bolt action rifles is the firing pins go bad and the springs in the firing pins go bad. Other than that, the bolt and everything are fine, but every once in a while you got to change out the springs, and you got to take your bolt and clean all that shit out.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little nervous about the bolt. My bolt's getting really loose in that Mosin.
Well, here's my issue. My bolt won't retract right now.
I know. I heard about that.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, you're
Damn it,
home
I
now.
forgot that iron that RJ wanted me to pound out. Fuck.
Oh yeah, your Mauser is an old man gun.
Yeah, it is.
I wish I'd get my Mauser. But this was so hard to find that 8mm that worked in it.
Yeah. I tell you what, those 8mm have a kick too. Especially when you got a steel butt.
You know what's weird? I never could figure it out is how some of the older ammo some of it will actually get like not as potent when it gets really old, and other ammo will actually become more volatile as it gets older. Because I've got 7.62 by 25, and it's the old copper rounds from the Soviet Union.
Oh, wow.
And the bullet is copper, the casing is copper, and it's like the shooting them out with a chronograph. They actually sped up as they got older. They're more dangerous.
Nice.
Yeah, they're more
Turned into-
dangerous because some of them are starting to turn green. They're getting kind of tarnished. Scary.
Oh, wow.
But I still shot him anyway.
Nice canoe. The Savage MK222 bolt action.
I just don't want to have a Kentucky ballistics incident.
Mark has a point. That Mosin, I swear you guys, you can put that thing through hell and back and it'll still fire.
Same thing with the Mauser.
Yeah, right.
Now,
will,
here's something. I don't know if you've ever heard about this happening, but with that M48 Yugo, I ended up I was shooting it one time, and
nice.
the primer cap shot out of the back and hit me in the forehead. Has anyone ever heard of that happening before?
No,
I haven't. Doesn't sound fun.
No, it wasn't.
Did
Luckily,
it
it didn't hit my eye. I wasn't wearing any sort of glasses or anything.
Was it a ricochet or something?
No, the primer cap literally blew out the back.
Oh, okay. All right. A lot of those primers, was it old ammo?
No. It was the same. Yeah, right. Because my Yugo has gremlins. But yeah, no, it says 1955 on it, but I doubt that's actually. I think they've been they're not the original shells. I think
Nice.
they've been yeah.
It says 1955 on the shell.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's too old of ammo. What they loaded it with was really corrosive primers. That's why.
That would make sense.
Carpenter says his 243, his favorite rifle is like that, a bolt action built in 1977, works flawlessly to this day. Some of those guns are just built with precision.
I wish I had a 243.
I do too.
That's the ultimate coyote rifle.
Canute had one down here this past week. We see how some of that is. It cracked as loud as damn near my AK.
Nice.
Well, that's because the 243 is a casing.
Yep.
308 with a tiny little bullet that works like a laser beam.
Right.
Right. Its velocity is off.
308 versus 243, it's like a flashlight versus a laser.
Yeah.
My shotgun was Mossberg, Mark. I liked it. It was a good gun.
Well, guys, I'm gonna jump off of here for now, but I will be back. I'm just gonna get in the shower and get myself something to eat.
Oh man, take care. Relax a little.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Got to say.
We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Now, see, Rossi, I'm not familiar with.
I am.
Are you?
Rossi is an offshoot of Taurus, actually.
Okay.
Well, they're not the same companies, but they're both made in Brazil.
I got you. Okay. Nice. Did Miriam fall asleep on us? I think she's hiding out in chat because she said she might come up again. And so she's hiding out so she doesn't have to, or I don't bug her.
Yeah, Rossi actually is good for the money, but it's a damn good gun.
Nice.
Rossis are built on real solid stuff.
Is that something that's in Cabela's?
Yeah, if you can find them.
Nice.
But
hey, Miriam.
They're not super cheap, but they're more reasonably priced than if you were to buy a Colt or a Ruger or something.
Nice.
I like Rossi. And Taurus, there's people that have issues about Taurus. I never had a problem with Taurus, ever.
Nice.
In fact, they have a lifetime warranty, and I think so does Rossi. And the company Taurus actually built their 357s on the old Smith & Wesson pattern because the guy that worked for Smith & Wesson went to Brazil to work as a designer for Taurus. So Taurus, the 357 I had was almost identical to the Smith & Wesson. It was just their design was the same. They just used the old Smith & Wesson design because the designer was working for Taurus.
Okay, gotcha. So the design kind of came over with him.
Yep, double action 357 revolver, and I've owned two of them, and they were excellent. Never had a problem, never a hiccup.
Nice.
Plus, I had a Taurus 44 Special snub nose, and that thing would, oh my man, I tell you what. Talk about stinging the palm of your hand. I mean, that thing really, about four shots and you're spent. You really don't want to shoot much more.
50 cal revolver did that to me, but it made my hand numb.
Yeah, that's what it does.
Yep.
And I shot a 357 Smith & Wesson featherweight. And I'm telling you, that was a 3-shot deal, and I was done.
Yeah.
It's not an everyday shooter. Those lightweights and those stub noses,
yeah,
shooting those big calibers are they're not fun to shoot.
No.
They're just something they're light that you can carry with you all day. You're there when you need them in a pinch.
My cousin carries one on him, and I shot one round. I handed it back to him. There was no way on that 50 cal I was going to shoot another round out of that thing. It was like it closed off every nerve in my hand after it hit. I lost my grip and everything.
I'm pretty stout guy anyway, and I swung a hammer for a lot of years, and it freaking hurt my hand.
Yeah.
And I could handle pretty big caliber shit.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that 12 gauge without the rubber boot on it, that tears up the shoulder, bro. Shooting slugs, max load slugs.
I bet.
Oh shit, that was hard.
Some of those that leave the bruise behind.
Right.
Yep.
In fact, these max loads were 3.5s. I could only get 3 of them in at a time. I said there's something wrong with my loader. It won't let me put in more than 3.
I don't know.
Say what?
I don't know a bad Taurus. I've never experienced a bad Taurus. And these people that talk shit about Taurus, I kind of wonder, because I've never experienced any of the stuff they're talking about, like timing issues in the cylinder on a revolver. Where the cylinder doesn't click all the way into the slot like it's supposed to. Never ever experienced that ever on a Taurus. I think they're every bit as good as any police special.
Nice.
The double actions. You get a double action 38 in a Taurus. I think you'd be just right on par with any Smith & Wesson. Nice. But I could be wrong. I have never seen a problem with them though. Lifetime warranty. Their warranty is better than Smith & Wesson.
Carpenter, that sounds painful. The old single shot shots with the plastic butt plate. My Mosin, it's an original. It's from 46, so it's got that steel strap that comes around, and that thing will just beat the tar out of you when you're shooting it.
I remember back when somebody first got elected back in 2008, that there were Mosin Nagants, barrels of them. They were coming in the country by the boatloads, and Mosin Nagants and SKSs were all over the place at that time. You could have got a Mosin Nagant for $99. They were $99 in Cabela's everywhere you went. And then came the Russian 38 revolvers. And a lot of people didn't like that because they thought they were too old school. But that's actually the only revolver that you could take it and get it threaded and run a can on it, a silencer.
Oh, nice.
Because it closes off each round that you fire, and it was a double action. It was a double action revolver, and the down there in the cylinder had this little thing that pops out and completely closes off the chamber, so that you could actually shoot a silencer with that. Other revolvers, you cannot shoot a silencer. So if you see people shooting silencers in the movies, they're full of shit, unless it's a Russian it's called the Russian Nagant in a 38. And they were coming in, you could get them for $50. They were that cheap, the Russian Nagants. And I saw them just collecting dust. I mean, nobody was buying them, hardly anybody. Now you can't even find them.
The Mosin that I got, it was $249 when I bought it, and it was about the average at the time and everything. But it went up when I sent it into to gun brokers and had them do all the research on it. It's stamped 46, but it was the real number. It was actually made in 45, and it was sent to the Russian, to the German front for the Russians, but to the front. But it never arrived. It only made it about midway, so it was actually never used in combat, but it was issued in combat. And that made the value, apparently, with all the paperwork, made the value go up. I can't remember. I think last time it was about $1,200.
It made it a CNR collectible.
That must be what it is.
Which I think Apex's might be CNR. I think my Mauser, it's the M2447 model. I think it's also CNR.
Nice. I know it changes things. It's amazing the where it was, what it saw, the year, the stamping. There's all sorts of things, but it can change things. Turn that $250 gun into something that is now in a case.
Yeah, good luck finding CNR collectibles right now. The ATF shut off a lot of them. The vast majority of them. Nothing's coming in from Russia at all. Nothing's coming in from China at all. So if you ever get a hold of a Chinese Type 56 AK, nab it, because it's only going to go up in value.
Nice.
But you know what? I think that if you want gas prices to keep going up, you want firearms to keep going up, let's just keep Biden in there. If you want them to go up, if you want them to go down, let's get rid of the potato.
Yeah.
The potato needs to go. I don't want gas prices to keep going up. I don't think anybody else does. And that's causing everything else to go up in price.
Well, it's just like the people investing right now into new house construction. Some people are still buying the lumber at this high price. They are never going to redeem that value for what they're spending in lumber right now. Never.
I want the M77 Zastava 308. That's what I want. It's it's a Yugo AK, but it's chambered in 308. And they were coming in with a thumb hole polymer stock, and they actually didn't sell very fast. A lot of people saw problems with it. I didn't see any problems with it. Anything Yugoslavian is going to be actually really good quality, and I'll put it up against Russian stuff.
Is anybody building in your guys' areas, like doing new house construction?
Tons, but it's mostly multifamily dwellings.
Multifamily.
So it's like, well, not even multifamily. It's just, what do they call it? High density housing.
With the multi-layered. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That California looking shit.
Duplex type thing.
No, more like multiplexes.
Townhouse style condos.
Yep, that's what they're building here.
That money they're putting into them, unless they have a contract on the lumber prior to the price hike and they're getting it cheap, which most of them right now at this point didn't, they're never going to regain that value. We've got people building $200,000 houses that once the lumber comes down, are going to book it $120,000.
Well, they're just finishing up quite a few projects in my area. They're doing the final landscaping and stuff. I'm not seeing a lot of new construction starting right now.
See, here they are. They're actually, I mean, they just broke ground on 2 basements, not 2 blocks from me. And is what that's doing though is if they do somehow get it to value out at the price they've got into it, then that's going to screw my taxes up. So that's kind of what I'm angry about.
Yeah, but it's making it so even a house that's around here that sits on less than a quarter of an acre lot is actually selling for $500,000.
Yep.
You can't find anything under 400,000 right now.
See, and I'm in a town of 500 that 5 years ago, the houses were 65,000 and now they're 165,000. And that's just in 5 years.
You won't even find 165,000 here at all, anywhere in the worst neighborhood.
That sounds like the Front Range. The Front Range is insane. You can't touch anything for under $500,000.
And then you want to be married to that mortgage for 30 years?
Yep.
I mean, really?
Yep. They're nuts. And they're buying things sight unseen.
I'm thinking as soon as we get some really good floods and stuff, the price of housing is going to go down because they built a lot of things on cliffs.
Oh.
And it's going to make it a blighted area, and all the real estate values are going to fall through the floor, and they're going to lose their asses.
Yep. Well, it's like we were talking about the other night. I remember, I think it was Emerald and I think you were here too, Bill. They're buying them here. People from the West Coast are buying them sight unseen. They're just buying it, paying a lot for it, and then moving out here. And some of them are tipped when they get here. They think it's the mountains all through Colorado. They find out, no, we're basically Kansas and Nebraska.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious when they get here and they ask where the mountains are. It's like, well, 2.5 hours that way.
So, do you know what a 25-06 casing is?
I don't.
I know a guy. He said he will never shoot anything other than a 25-06 for deer and stuff, because your 25 is about the same as a 6.5 Creedmoor, right? And then you've got an 06 casing that's necked down to a 25 caliber. So, you got the 270, and then you drop down to a 25-06. And then there's the 22-250, and I know somebody that hunts deer with a 22-250. And those are some flat shooting rounds, man. They are really flat, and they're not affected by wind drift as much.
Nice. It cuts pretty good then.
Yeah, because they're just not affected by wind drift because the bullet's not very broad.
Nice.
And they can do 1,000-yard shots with a 25-06 with no problem at all.
And see, I've done a lot of shooting. I'm not familiar with different types, and I've always stuck with what I had and everything. I'm not real familiar with the different brands and the different calibers and everything. I know 06, I know 30-30, and my Mosin, the 7.62-4, and then the SKSs. But
so if you wanted to go into a 243 in an AR platform, mm-hmm. You'd have to get an AR-10 lower receiver, and you can run 243. And originally, that was, I heard, I could be wrong, but I heard that's what Stoner, when he designed the original AR rifles, he originally designed them to shoot 243. So that was going to be the caliber. And it was meant to be an Air Force survival rifle. That's what the AR was intended to be when it was designed, before the idea got sold to the military through General McNamara.
I can't remember if it was 243 or 308 that we were, my neighbor, I can't remember, he had some scoped rifles, and we're nicking dimes at 200. I think it was a 308.
Our sniper rifles in Vietnam were 308.
Okay, I think it was 308. And those things, man, we had those just down to a T on having them lined up, and we were straight up nicking dimes at 200.
Well, the army trains their snipers on Remington 700 bolt actions 308, right? Still to this day, they still have 308s in the Remington 700, and they might be changing that because Remington shut down their manufacturing and stuff. So I don't know what they're doing right now. I know their ammo part got shut down.
Did it get shut down, or did they shut it down?
It shut down. They stopped making ammo for Remington. That's part of the reason for the ammo shortages. I don't know. I think it's because they took up bankruptcy or something. That's what I heard.
See, in this country, I don't see how a gun manufacturer could claim bankruptcy. Even with some of the laws they're trying to push through in other states, there's still a want for all that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was a hostile takeover. I have no idea.
That I wouldn't know.
But
those bastards are suing them all over everything. Somebody dies with a gun, using their gun, and they get sued. Aggressive judges are fucking them.
That's right. And the Obama administration, I can't remember what it's called, but they opened it up to where they could take legal action.
I bought a Remington 783 model, and when I did, then it was chambered in 300 Win Mag. I had to take it completely apart and clean out all the metal shavings. That's how. So I know they must have not test fired it. They couldn't have. And it was a Walmart special. But it's accurate as hell. I mean, I cleaned up. It had metal shavings in it. There's no way I would have loaded it up with ammo in that condition. Remington, I think, has been, everybody raves about Remington, but I think they were going down the tubes anyway, because their quality control was non-existent.
I liked their ammo, though. Their ammo always seemed nice to me. Now we just buy the reloads and everything. So that's how we
Remington was one of the biggest ammo manufacturers in the world, and they're not making it right now. So
dry.
Well, somebody needs to step up to the plate and freaking start making ammo.
They're probably afraid to, like Emerald said. They're all getting sued from every direction now.
So you go buy
went around and bought up and put out of business a lot of the lead suppliers and miners.
Oh, yeah.
That's why.
That makes sense. Yeah. Well, you know, and a lot of the ammo you buy right now has got lead alternative in it.
Hey, Kay. Welcome in.
I don't like commercial ammo anyway. I like to have some control on making my own ammo, so I'd kind of prefer to buy a reloading press and load my own. But I'm not to that point yet.
My cousins, they all have all the reloading stuff, so that's all we've been doing is buying up whatever reload we can buy.
But you can't buy reloading components right now either, like primers. I don't know about you, but I have no clue on how to make a primer. I think AZ does.
Yeah, I couldn't. I wouldn't know the thing.
I think AZ can make primers.
Nice.
But primers, bullets, swaged bullets and stuff like that. Casings aren't the problem. You can find casings. Powder's getting kind of rare. It's really hard to find specific powders that people are wanting.
And we got lucky. There was a gun store at a place close to us, and they had a wrap load of stuff in storage, and they brought it out and were selling it. And one of my cousins was like one of the first ones there when they brought it out. And he bought the crud out of stuff.
Well, when I got my stimulus, I was looking for reloading equipment and primers and stuff, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Now that my stimulus is all gone, you know, even if it did show up, I couldn't buy it.
Hit the small towns. Hit the small towns. They've got a pretty good inventory that they don't have a lot of turnover on. They'll just put it in the back. And a lot of these small towns have a lot of stuff that people just don't go out and look for. Because the local people, you know, they're used to buying whatever rounds they got. So if they brought in a box of something else that, you know, not really used by the locals, it just sets in the back room. Sometimes you can find a big box or a big case or something that's pretty cheap.
So you're just basically saying you're repeating exactly what that guy that's got that gun talk radio show. He said the same thing. Yeah, he said that too.
Oh, nice. Cool. Well, I'm glad a professional agreed with me because I'm just shooting from the hip on most of it, wherever it shows up.
I think his name is Don Gresham.
Nice.
Bob or Don Gresham. I used to listen to him.
Nice. Well, the town I grew up in, that's about 45 minutes away. I'm friends with the guy that owns the business out there, so I kind of repeat things I hear from him.
So 209 shotgun primers work in a CVA 50 caliber muzzle loader. Am I correct on that?
I do not know. See, that's the type of stuff I'm just not that familiar with. Even the reloads my cousins do.
But probably not vice versa. You probably can't use a muzzleloader primer in a shotgun round, I'm thinking. Am I right?
I don't know.
Well, I'm actually kind of talking to Carpenter on that one because he was mentioning it.
Oh, I got you. Bill, what primers do you need? Because I'll be down there tomorrow, and I can check with them. Never know; they might have some.
Oh, I don't know what I need because I haven't even got a reloading press. I just couldn't find anything when I needed it.
I got you. Yep.
And these guys are scalping us on, even if you can go on some website that has classifieds for reloading equipment, they are actually asking more for components than what the actual ammo itself cost.
Have Canoe post that. Oh, okay, Carp. Yeah, I'll ask him. 209's too bad. Yeah, I'll be down there tomorrow and I'll talk to him and I'll see. Who knows? He might have some in the back. Never know. Couldn't hurt that. But ask Canoe to post that one link he had because that place is legit.
I think his name is Tom. Actually, now that I think about it, Tom Gresham, and it's spelled with an E, not an I.
I gotta write that down for Canoe before I forget.
Tom Gresham. The name of his show is called Gun Talk.
You mean for Carpenter saying?
Yeah, for Carp, I'll have to look up that. He says 209 2-pack.
209S.
Yep. 209S 2-pack. Yeah, I better put that S in it.
So for shotgun ammo, I looked into that too, and because they're cheap, I could get a Lee press for doing 12 gauge, and before I bought a press, I wanted to make sure that I could get components before I was going to invest in a shotgun press, and I couldn't find wads. I could find lots of shot, but I couldn't find wads and I couldn't find primers.
Nice.
So I put the kibosh on investing in a shotgun reloader because I would have loved to do that. I'd be loading flechettes and stuff.
I'm writing that down on my pack of cigarettes, so I know I'll have it.
But right now, a commercial 12 gauge double-aught buckshot is running in the neighborhood of about $3 a round.
Wow.
I mean, I can't imagine looking at it every time I pull that trigger, watching $3 of my money going down range, for one shot. I mean,
that's how that Mosin got. That Mosin got to where it got way too expensive to fire.
Oh yeah, for 300 Win Mag, it's probably up around $5 a round or more.
Yeah, you see, that's just ridiculous.
And a lot of it has to do with Remington is not making ammo. That's what it is. The other companies are still doing it. Winchester's making ammo. Federal is still making ammo. What you do is you start out with a couple of boxes of Federal or something, and then reload your own if you can get the components.
And that guy was Tom Gresham.
Tom Gresham.
Gresham.
Gresh AM, I think it is.
Gresham.
AM is in Alpha Mike.
Oh, I wrote that down too, so I can check it out. Which Cabela's Carpenter, by chance, the one in Sydney? Daisy.
And he's usually on Fox Radio, whatever channel in your area has Fox Radio.
Mm-hmm.
It's a national syndicated radio station. Tom Gresham, Gun Talk. It's called Gun Talk.
Yeah. We have Fox on 106.3.
Ours is 105.7.
Nice. 105.7 here is a classic rock. Pretty good though.
Yeah, so that's the channel 105.7 that you can listen to on FM here. That's actually right-wing radio, Sean Hannity and all that, the whole entourage of all those Fox people.
And yeah, I don't mind Hannity. I think he's too much of a blindly following. I mean, don't get me wrong. I support Trump, but I'm not a blind follower. Just like Emerald and I were talking about earlier, he does something wrong, we'll call him out on it. But right now,
Hannity's a patriot. He's a patriot.
Yeah, I like Carlson, and I know Carlson rubs a lot of guys the wrong way.
You gotta think. Hannity lives in New York.
Yeah.
Need I say more?
Yeah. Yep. Gonna talk, bro. Yeah. I got you. Uh-oh. Was modding at Bears. They must have a troll attack.
Troll attack.
Hurry back, Miriam. Sorry, Kim and Wizard. I've been yapping.
It's okay. I did like listening to you guys sometimes.
Sometimes once in a blue moon, huh?
Right. Well, Bill knows what he's saying. I'm just talking, repeating stuff I hear.
I just said to be all tough cat.
I try not to talk about stuff I don't know anything about. Occasionally I slip up though.
Nice. I don't know much about anything, so if I did that, I probably wouldn't talk. I would never talk. Some people would probably be happy about that.
I'm just a jack of all trade and a master of none.
Yep.
That was the way my dad was.
Hey, it's just kind of, it's part of that survival thing that people some people know where they come from.
I was just gonna say, we will be the ones that survive, the ones that that have a little of a lot with knowledge. I think they'll be the ones. The jack of all trades will be the ones that will not just survive; they could even prosper if anything ever happened.
I mean, there's some real highly technical things that I don't want to attempt because I'm gonna freaking go Tim Taylor on it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blow it up or something, I don't want to do it. But
You gotta add that.
I can change my oil. I can change a belt. I can change a water pump, and I can pretty much pull an engine, but I may not be able to put the engine back together again.
I can rebuild a motor, but there will be tools stuck in the wall.
But I'm not afraid to ask for help.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to ask.
My problem is patience to rebuild a lot of that. I get frustrated, and the night 10 seconds later, the 9/16 wrench is sticking out of the wall.
Because every boss I ever had, we said, well, the only stupid question is the one you didn't ask.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, Mark. I can do it. I don't want to do it. I even nowadays, I even take my oil in and have it changed.
The main thing is getting the knowledge, because you can travel a lot lighter if all you carry is knowledge.
Yeah.
That way you don't have a lot of bag, and whoever knows the most carries the least. Travel a lot lighter that way.
Yeah. I heard a saying that I can't even remember who said it, that knowledge is useless without the wisdom to use it. And I thought that was one of the best sayings I've heard. And I can't tell you who I'm quoting that from because I can't remember, but it's a good saying.
I had a friend who, I consider him a friend, an association, a good friend. I wouldn't say he was a good friend, but anyway, my car broke down and it was stuck in my driveway. My transmission had gone out. This guy was from New Zealand, and he was a Maori. And he says, I can fix that. He comes over. He's got like this van, and in his van, he's got all his tools and everything. He's like one of those mobile mechanic guys, right? He rebuilds my transmission right in my driveway. I don't know anybody that really can do that.
Nice.
And he did it in a matter of 4 hours.
Nice.
And I'm watching him, and he says, "Oh yeah, we got to get some air in your tires." So he connects this hose up to his air conditioning compressor, and uses his air conditioning compressor to inflate my tires. I'm like, "What the hell? How'd you figure that out?" He's like, "Here's his story." He says, "In New Zealand, we're isolated from the rest of the world, so it might take months to get auto parts. We have to learn to do everything with duct tape and baling wire, and we can fix anything." And I'm like, "You sure as hell can." In 4 hours, he had my transmission rebuilt and put back together.
My grandpa's air compressor at the farm. This was when I was a kid. I mean, 30 years ago. It was the old compressor off of air conditioner off of an old 70 car, and that was his pump for his air compressor.
Yeah. Yeah, and part of that 4 hours was going down to the place to get the exact gears. He knew exactly what the gears were and everything. And I'll tell you, the car, the model of car, it was a Dodge Spirit. It was a 1989 Dodge Spirit. He had that tranny freaking rebuilt in 4 hours. That's pretty impressive. And the guy would go and fix people's car in the middle of winter and slide underneath their vehicle in the snow and fix their car. I shit you not.
Nice. And see, I have never been brave enough to tackle a transmission. I've seen them done. My old man could do that stuff in his sleep, but I've never done one on my own.
Well, no matter what's wrong, I mean, mechanically, this guy could have fixed it, but he got killed. He went back to New Zealand, and some gang in New Zealand crushed his skull with a crowbar.
Yeah.
And nobody knows why. And I knew his son, and I actually worked for a security company that his son was a captain in the company. And I said, "How's your dad?" And he goes, "My dad got killed." And I said, "What?" He says, "He got his head bashed in with a crowbar and got killed by some gangs in New Zealand." I'm like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. It was shocking. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Probably saw something. Seems like that's what always happens. Somebody saw something or was in the wrong place.
Man. One time I was down in Florida, and I'm fishing down in Florida, and I was on Shark Key down in the Florida Keys, and all of a sudden this freaking boat pulls up and a motorhome pulls up at the same time. Now the boat, all they do is they just bring it right really close to the shore, and they have a ramp, and they lowered this ramp and they started unloading these big boxes off this boat. And all these people came over, all these different people, carrying these packages. And I'm fishing with this, New York, Puerto Rican guy who's pretty savvy on this stuff. He's like, "Dude, we happen to be at the wrong place at the right time." And he said, "Do not look over at them." And I'm like, "Why?" And he said, "Don't ask me, just keep fishing." And I just did not look at them or anything. We just carried on like we didn't see anything. He said, "You know what that was?" And I said, "Yep, I did. Now that you put it that way." And man, he said it could be bad times for us. And I'm like, yeah, it was scary. It was scary,
Yeah, it's definitely creepy.
Sometimes you're at the right place at the wrong time, or the wrong place at the right time, whatever.
That's going to be my luck. That's probably going to be what gets me. I'm going to see something I shouldn't have seen, and
Yep. You just happen to be at the right place at the wrong time.
Yeah. See, it would have been, you country folk, you'll know this. It would have been a kissing cousin, a cousin of a cousin, friend of the family, but basically a cousin. His name was TJ, and heck, I was probably a junior in high school. He would have been 19. He was out in California on his motorcycle, and he got killed. A car ran him down, and apparently it was a pretty good chase, but a car ran him down on his motorcycle and ran over him several times. And that's what everybody said, that he must have, after the investigation, nobody talked, but he must have seen something.
I had a nephew I had a nephew that was shot multiple times and thrown out of a van into the street.
Yeah.
This was about 3 or 4 years ago.
Jeez.
And he was not involved in gangs or anything like that, but he was Hispanic. And I don't know what happened, how it happened. I've talked to my nieces about it, and they still don't know who the killers were, but it was all over the news.
Right.
So, I mean, that's how it works. And the kid was only 21 years old.
Jeez.
And he was a good kid, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, and always helpful. He didn't smoke, he didn't drink, he didn't do drugs, nothing.
Just like Carpenter said, avoid that shit like the plague and accidentally stumble right in the middle of it. That's always happens that way. Hey, Canoe.
How'd you know that's what I was doing?
Fire in the bowl. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. .com.
Hey, Emerald and Canoe. Kim was asking earlier, have you guys heard from Don T yet?
Nope.
Thanks.
I think
Not a word.
I think he snooped in on us earlier, but I'm not sure.
Okay, that's what I told Kim, that you thought he was the guy that kind of came in and talked for a little bit.
But he didn't as soon as I asked if it was Don, he just didn't say anything else.
It was gone, yeah.
Was it the government guy?
Good, I can't remember what his name was now.
No, it wasn't government.
Okay.
Government.
Because he had a similar avatar.
Carpenter. Carpenter, come on up again.
Carpenter, come up here.
You have been summoned.
Dang it, man.
Yeah, we're holding between 16 and 19 chatters.
Stop that.
16 now. Same here, Carpenter.
Yeah.
My luck. Sorry, Emerald. I cut you off.
No, you didn't. I was just laughing.
Oh, okay. Hey, Carp. Oh.
Fuck, you look over your buddy, hey, I need a new minnow. Next fucking thing you know, you're running down the beach, ducking and running for your life. People are fucking opening up on you. You got a clue what's going on, but the rounds are coming in hot, and they're after you. That'd be my luck. I've went my whole life. I've avoided. I could have sold sheet acid fucking 25, 30 years ago for just like pocket change for a sheet, and I don't remember what there was, 250 tabs in a sheet. Yeah. And it was just like, it was like ridiculous money you made, like ridiculous. And I passed it up just because of that shit. No. That's just kind of luck I have,
Yep. It's every time I go to the casino, I cut it off where I break even. But that one time I sold all my guns to that one truck driver. I don't remember his name. And because I need money to get back home.
that is a bad trip. Then there you go to gamble and you have to sell guns to get a trip home.
Oh yeah,
That's his story, and he's sticking to it.
that's right.
Right. I think mine's. I'm still going with the flood. Flood washed everything away.
Yeah, I don't have nothing anymore. Them fuckers are loud and they scare me.
Yeah. That one guy came in. He asked if we talked about guns, and you said that, and he left.
I'm an
Yeah.
Army gunner, and I get traumatized when I hear gunfire.
Yeah, them things are loud. You got to stay away from them.
Yeah. Yep. They give you PTSD. I hear. You know that one reporter. I get a kick out of that. That one reporter did a YouTube video where he fired a gun and he claimed he had PTSD after it. And then there's a video that goes viral of it. Yep. And then there's a video it goes viral of a 10-year-old girl shooting the same rifle. I'm like, what?
Oh my gosh.
You know, I've never taken a person that, you know, hasn't got any experience with it and then and not have them have just a blast and just think that was just the coolest thing, you know.
Exactly.
When you take them out and you do it the way you're supposed to in a controlled environment and you show them that you know, okay, it isn't what you think, this is how it works. And you show them all the ins and outs and how you take care of it and how you watch. And they realize that, you know, like it's like any of my guns, I can load them up, round in the barrel or chamber, the whole 9 yards, safety off. And I can lay them down on the table. And unless someone picks them up, they're perfectly harmless.
Well, the point is people that are committing the crimes need to be held accountable. You can't.
Well, that's just it.
You can't throw the accountability on the gun companies and decent law-abiding citizens and everything. You can't put that accountability on the gun companies and stuff. Law-abiding citizens are not going to be doing that shit, and that's a fact. We know that.
Well, you know, what I think is let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Only I believe in most of the, you know, FFs. So I'm totally believing that stuff like wholeheartedly. I know that stuff happens for a fact constantly. So let's just take that out of the picture and let's say everything they're saying is true. And we got a bunch of crazy people running around heavily armed with guns, you know, randomly shooting massive amounts of people. Okay, now your answer to that problem is to disarm the good, honest people. That don't even. I mean, there's no way to turn that to make that makes no sense.
No,
I completely agree.
The real
we follow their narrative, not our own. Their narrative. Let's give them credit, and they're not lying, and we're following their narrative. That is the exact opposite thing you would want to do in a situation like that, I would think. But, you know, fuck do I know? I'm just a carpenter.
Carpenter, you got to shut down their narrative. It needs to be shut down.
Yeah. Oh, and that's what I'm trying to do by saying this right here. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to show these people that, you know, you people aren't thinking. I don't know what happened. You know, and some of these people are like supposedly pretty highly educated too. You know, I got a PhD and I got a master's and I got all this and I got, you know, it's like, really, dude? Because, you know, you can't hardly got to wear shoes with fucking Velcros.
A lot of us gun owners are actually highly educated as well. A lot of gun owners.
That's what I just think of that. Just common sense, you know, when you don't dump but those are the people that dump the hot coals in the dumpster by the house after supper before they've cooled down and end up burning their house down.
Hey, school nerd.
I know.
Because they forget all about God's common sense.
Amen.
Yeah, just normal everyday thinking. You know, if it's cold out, put a jacket on. You know, if it's wet out, wear shoes. I mean, it's just normal. It's like normal common sense thinking. Their arguments are just so pathetic.
Right.
You know, disarming standard, honest, good, law-abiding American citizens, disarming them and you know, not allowing them any protection for themselves or their family whatsoever because of some gun crazed lunatics, I would think you would arm them all. I'd be handing my shit out. I'd be saying, here, man, you use this. Hey, this one shoots a little to the right. And, if this one jams, do this to get it, I'd be telling them how to work my shit. Arm them all.
The media goes on all
They didn't give us our Bill of Rights. God did. God gave us the Bill of Rights.
That's right.
I don't care who they are. They didn't give us our Bill of Rights.
Like that, did you guys see that building in Florida that fell in the hole?
Yeah.
You guys, I built those for a living. I built those for a living. It might have cracked, it might have settled, it might have bent, but there's no way. It's impossible for that to crumble down into a pile of shovelable rubble.
Yep. And it just plated. The entire thing plated. It was a domino effect. And I've never, not coming down that perfectly like it did. And I mean, it like pretty much straight line down, and buildings don't fall like that.
So here's how this works. Here's how it works on that building. They're going to send investigators, and they're going to be very highly paid to find out what happened. And we're never going to get disclosure. Just like
because they're gonna pay them enough that they're gonna tell them what they find, and that's how it's gonna end.
Well, and say by some miraculous event, all the exterior walls fail. The exterior walls are not your only structural walls. Most of those types of buildings throughout the entire thing, even the interior walls are structured.
If it was intentional, if it was an intentional destruction of that building, then we are not ever going to know about it. We're going to be left to our own devices to try to figure it out. That's how they always do. That's how they always fucking do us.
Yeah.
See,
a guy was saying earlier in Bear's place that nothing's ever going to change. They never get in trouble. They don't. But you can't really go with that train of thought. If you go with that, it's a defeatist train of thought. You have to go with the fact that, like the wheel. There was a time when everybody carried everything, but then the wheel came along and suddenly you could build a cart and you didn't have to carry it no more. So there's a first time for everything. No matter what you do, no matter what you see, no matter what you have, there was a first time for that.
So
before that, there wasn't. You would say there's never been like that before.
So
then now it's like that.
What is your point now?
That just because they've never been held accountable, they've never been done this, they've never been that doesn't mean they're not going to be.
Exactly.
And to just give up and take the black pill and go through life saying, well, nothing's ever going to change. Well, you're black pilled and you don't care and you've given up.
That's right.
You quit.
Yeah.
So I'm not quitting.
Well, the Texas Senate voted to go after those Democrats, those bastards that took off for D.C. to try and subvert the Constitution.
Yeah, awesome.
God bless Texas on that one. Texas,
that was good.
Once the momentum starts to hold them accountable, they're going to scatter like cockroaches.
Well, see, in the momentum, Emerald made a good point when I was talking to him earlier. The momentum, I agree with him. It could be the Texas. That could be what puts everything in motion. Texas,
well, that's what the voter thing. That's what the voter thing's saying.
Yep.
Once the momentum gets going and everybody starts seeing these suckers dropping like flies, they're going to go, oh shit.
Well, did you see where now they're gonna audit? I think it's Nevada or somewhere, not Nevada. I don't know where it was. Somewhere that Biden won, or that Trump won. Excuse me, not Biden. Trump won it.
No.
But they're going to show what they're going to show is that just was a place that they didn't use this, but they're going to still bring out all the fraud from the machines and everything in that, and show that even with that it was rigged, even though he didn't win.
And that's smart on their behalf.
I don't think even Beetlejuice was properly elected.
You know what? Truthfully, I remember them talking about how deep the voter fraud goes, and it goes this deep. And what we're finding out right now is that it's all the way down into our local races, whether it's your town or my little town here that I live in.
Right.
all
Exactly.
the way down into these. They're sheriffs, they're judges, they're whatever. These people are being placed in office, and these, with like in my case, and here I voted on one of them machines.
I don't
So there's
know.
every possibility. Every vote I made was already decided before I ever cast it. Every race.
Here's an
Skulldrazer
example.
just made a good point.
Here's
Skulldrazer
an
just made a good
example.
point.
Romney is a good example right there. I don't know anybody, whether they were Democrat or conservative or whatever, that actually voted for Romney.
Hey, Uncle Barry.
How did Romney get in there? Nobody wanted him. Nobody. The Democrat thought he was a Republican, and the Republicans thought he was a Democrat. How did he get elected?
I'm pretty sure that that's pretty much the way it is with all of them people. I think you're going to see these ones that have went back 30, 40. These have been being rigged for decades.
Yeah,
decades. It hasn't mattered. People used to say, "Well, why bother voting? It doesn't matter anyway." Well, we're finding out that that's not. They're not being like just sarcastic and flippant. They're serious.
Let's go back to Lyndon B. Johnson. He was bragging about how they were stuffing the ballot boxes.
Yeah.
That goes even further back than Lyndon B. Johnson. It goes back to Calvin Coolidge. It goes back way, way back. Way back.
Then people are complaining that shit ain't happening fast enough. Well, this stuff's been going on for well over a century.
Nobody wanted Coolidge. Nobody wanted him. And most people didn't want Hoover either. How did Hoover get elected? Because
I don't know.
Yeah, well, he was a spy.
Yeah, we got to make sure Skulldrazer sits downwind from us.
Skulldrazer.
He's eating
straight out of the can.
There's my Uncle Barry. What's up, Uncle Barry?
Have you ever seen the people that want to heat a can of beans and so they put them on a fire? Have you ever seen a can of beans heated on a fire?
Yeah. Boom.
Yeah, even with the lid off, they just boil all out. You get like 3/4 of a can, a good third of it.
No, you just gotta know how to watch it.
Yeah, I've never had any luck. Every time I've ever seen a can, just like open a can of beans and set them on the fire, and to heat them, I've always seen them get hot and then they all expand and pour out of there.
That's because
you just gotta keep an eye on it.
You gotta know how to do it the hobo way.
Oh, see, I don't know the hobo. I light my fires with a fucking weed burner.
What you do?
People are talking about flint locks and shit. Them flint things. No, I don't do any of that.
What you're supposed to do in a hobo camp is you punch holes in your can of beans in the top of the lid, so they won't boil all out.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to see it done. Doug.
Then when you see the steam pouring out of it, then you take your can opener and open it.
I might, seriously, I might just invest in a can of Campbell's pork and beans and try that just to see.
No, don't buy Campbell's.
Well, I don't care if I'm not going to eat. I mean, I guess I'll eat them, but if they go as I wreck them too, I don't want to waste a bunch of money if I wreck them.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
On the rigs, our oven was the exhaust manifold. So if somebody put their soup or their beans or whatever on it and they forgot about it, they're going to be in there the next day cleaning beans or soup off the walls to the engine room.
Well, when I was in the Army, we didn't have MREs. We had C rations. And that's kind of how we did it. We had those little alcohol burner stoves, what do they call it? Nesbit stove. And you put sterno under there and you light it and you cook your beans and whatever. Because everything was in cans pretty much. And then you had a little box. Remember the box that had a candy bar and all that shit? Wizard, you old fucker.
You laugh.
Well, I never took beans on a fire. I have to say. I always dump them out damn in a canteen cup.
Yep, that'd work.
Yep.
Now I've heated up ravioli in a can.
Well,
How'd that work?
I had canned ham and eggs, so there. Still remember the canned ham and eggs.
God, that sounds awful. I'm sorry, canned ham and eggs, man. That just sounds
Yeah, that just can't. There's nothing good sounds. That sounds nothing good about that.
It was all expired too.
But if you know what, fuck, if you're hungry, it's like I tell everybody, the slowest person in the room if I'm hungry enough.
Yeah. Yep.
Would you eat a person? Fucking right, before I'll starve.
Right.
Because when you get to a certain point, it becomes like existence.
But I had that conversation with somebody about like the zombie apocalypse. It's like, well, I know I'll survive because I know I'm not the fastest person, but I damn well sure know that I'm not the slowest person either. So I know I'm going to survive.
Yeah.
So, Hobo Stew, we actually did that in the Army. And that was everybody would donate one of their cans of something and put it in this big pot. And you never knew what you were going to eat, but it would be a big pot and it'd all be freaking somebody's mess kit or some shit. And everybody would put all their canned sea rations in there and make a big stew out of it and add water to it and everything.
Yeah.
That don't even sound good.
It's not good. Trust me.
I don't know. When you're hungry, when you're really hungry, I went a whole week one time on peanut butter sandwiches, and it sucked, but I did it.
Hey,
Dude, we'd get on our taps and stuff. We didn't have time to slow down and cook anything. They told us just to eat the MRE on the run. Well, I reach into my bag, and I always brought those ramen noodles with me.
I survived off ramen noodles for a long time.
Right. Well, I'd take the packet, the dry noodles. I'd open up the packet on the end, and I'd grab out the packet, and I'd sprinkle it on the noodles, and then I'd eat it like a damn candy bar.
Oh, yeah.
Spam.
People do that.
Spam.
Excuse me for being explicit here, but it'd be like crapping rocks.
Yeah, it will. You know what? The idea is that it don't produce the you don't have to go to the bathroom for days. Especially eat that C-rat.
Take care, Canoe.
Yeah, good night,
Later,
folks.
Canoe.
I gotta get to bed early tonight, so
God bless you. Dream well, Patriot.
peace out.
Night, Canoes.
Good night, canoes.
But I tell you what, man, those damn C-Rats, we were happy to get the MREs.
I never got to see the MREs.
The only one I really didn't like was the chicken a la king, and that's because it had peas.
But
I remember the doubled ham DVD.
I knew that when we were going to go to the field, we were going to go on bivouacs and stuff. I would go down to PX and get me some of those Vienna sausages and other stuff because I didn't know if I could trust my sea rations.
Right, you never did. If you open up sometimes and they're bad.
Some Ritz crackers and Vienna sausages, blah blah blah.
Oh no, my go-tos were ramens, ravioli cans, and what was the other thing? Canned peaches.
I like canned peaches. I still like them.
Yep, canned peaches are good.
I even like the little mandarin oranges in the can.
Well, the cool thing was it fit in my Alice pack really well on that third middle pocket.
Nice.
Sardines.
No, good God.
I've eaten so many sardines and kippers.
I like sardines and mustard sauce. I like sardines and mustard sauce.
I like it in the Louisiana hot sauce or a good can of freaking smoked oysters.
Smoked oysters.
Do you know what a 113 is?
No.
Track vehicle.
I don't remember.
It's an APC, Armored Personnel Carrier.
Yeah, the matchboxes.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I had a co-occupant. I was the medic, so and I was the driver, and then with the other guy was the track commander, supposedly. You know, he was the guy that was in charge of the communications and stuff. That some ate a bunch of sardines. I was like, "You do that again, I'm gonna make sure you don't. You ain't even able to sit there."
Yeah,
No,
opening
don't
up in a
eat it.
tight area.
Never eat sardines in the vehicle.
Yeah.
That's the rule. That's
Oh
the
my
rule.
God!
And do
It's
not
every
throw
time-
them on yourself.
Every time he farted, it smelled like he surely shit his pants. It was gross.
That's when somebody gets tied to the roof.
And I carried a small bottle of Tabasco sauce everywhere I went in the Army. I
Yeah.
always had Tabasco sauce.
I had the picante stuff. The Tabasco stuff was a little hot. But yeah,
I put Tabasco on my eggs. I took Tabasco in the mess hall because they didn't have it in the mess hall. I had to buy it from the PX. In fact, I remember having to order it from the PX.
right?
Yeah. Yep.
But I tell you what, Tabasco on chips or crackers, that was good too.
Do you guys remember the green bottles of the no heat Tabasco that just had the extra pepper in it?
No.
They used to sell it here. It was a green bottle and it was no heat Tabasco, and they just had a little extra pepper in it. God, I love that stuff.
I was gonna say, it must have been a Colorado thing because the only green one I remember was a habanero.
No, screw that. That's too hot for me.
Oh yeah, it was hotter than the Tabasco stuff.
Yeah.
And I got a tip for you if you don't like hot stuff. Never put Tabasco in barbecue sauce. Don't do it.
I do. I'll
Oh
put it
my
in
God.
Barbecue, 57 sauce, you name it, I put it in there.
See, my
Yeah,
problem
well, you
is,
can't. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
oh, my problem is I like hot stuff. It just doesn't like me at all.
Right. Well, if you put Tabasco in Sugar Ray's sweet and spicy barbecue sauce, don't try to breathe whenever you eat what you put it on. Wait till you're done chewing and swallowing before you try to breathe, otherwise you'll choke.
Why is it I can eat habaneros and ghost peppers and just fine and not have a problem? As soon as I eat a freaking jalapenos, I'm shitting fire.
Oh, I ate. There's some Spanish friends of my sisters. They raise jalapenos and they put 3 jalapeno plants and around a habanero plant. And those jalapenos, no kidding, will get the heat of that habanero. They are
You don't
really
have-
good. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I do. I have habaneros and I have jalapenos and I have Anaheim peppers, as well as they're all at the end of the road in my garden. The trick is, I'm gonna tell you this: you want to make hot peppers, you take shells and you grind them down into a powder, and then you cover the ground and water them right around the plant.
Nice.
You will have some of the hottest peppers that you ever thought of. And my jalapenos are hotter than those peppers.
Nice.
They're not hotto. They're not hotter than there's a little chili, a little small chili.
Well, that's the thing.
Hybrid super chili. I know exactly what you mean. I got one of those plants. It actually on the plant it says for an ornamental use only, eat at your own risk.
It's called, the name of the chili is called chili picante. Chili picante. That's the name of it.
Nice.
It's a little small chili. It's no bigger, probably a little bit bigger than the tip of your finger.
Yep.
Well, I took one of my jalapenos out of the garden, and I handed it to Apex. And I was like, "Here you go. You can munch on this." And he started eating it. Next thing you know, he's like, "Oh shit! Oh shit!" He's spitting it.
I believe you. The secret to jalapenos, though, if you don't want them to be extremely hot, split them open and cut all the seeds out, and take all the white parts out. Anything that's white, remove it, and the jalapenos will taste just like a freaking what do you call it? They'll be so mild. It's that white stuff and the seeds that makes it really hot.
No, that's not true.
No,
that's not always true. It might be true for stuff you buy in the store, but it's not true for my peppers.
I think if I was going to give it a name, I'd call it filet of jalapeno.
Apex made it home, Skull.
Yeah, he's home now. He's in the shower.
Huckleberry, I wouldn't doubt it, because I know if you make a mush and a blender out of hot peppers and put it at even a snake hole, a snake doesn't like to cross over it because it apparently burns their eyes, so they'll avoid it. So it would probably work for moles.
It works for elephants.
Yeah. With pepper spray.
Those peppers on fences over in Afghanistan and stuff, and they say it works for elephants. I don't know.
Well, I think you probably would need to dry them out and powder them and then spread that out.
It's a bioweapon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The elephants, I've heard the elephants when they hang them over their fences, keep the elephants out.
But it's kind of redundant to put it on your 12-gauge slugs.
Yeah. You're already blasting it, Kingdom Come.
You have to handle those peppers with rubber gloves. You can't even touch them. They're that hot.
You were talking about those chili calientes, and that might have been what these were, but the tag I had said super chili, and it was an ornamental use only, all that jazz. Eat at your own risk. I brought some into work, and some of the guys were doing hot chilies. They didn't feel they were that hot. And this Hispanic guy was working there. He eats one, and he took a red one. And with those, you avoided the green and the orange. The red ones weren't quite as bad. And so he said, make sure away. He's like, it's not too bad. Well, one of my buddies grabs one of the orange ones, who's into that thing. And about that time, the red one hit my other buddy. He starts freaking out. They were running out. They were trying to eat bread. They were running ice on their mouth. Those things are so insanely hot.
Right?
You know how to tone it down, though? Lemon. Lemon is the secret.
Oh, I got you.
Try some lemon juice or lemonade or something with lemon, and it will tone it down if it's like extremely hot. Like these really hot soups and stuff. And you overdid it with the chilies. You just put some lemon in it.
There was something else I learned too. If you take the peppers, the powdered, the hot stuff, like that stuff Dennis sent me, the one we call "oh fuck," right? Because it's like you put a little bit on your tongue and you're like, "oh fuck, I wish I didn't do that."
Yeah. Doesn't quit burning.
Right, it don't stop, and it's hotter than shit. Then your finger starts hurting because it got wet.
And you don't want to open your mouth because air hits it and it seems like it intensifies it.
Yeah, right. Oxygen lights it on fire and shit, whatever. But what I noticed is we tried to put it in breading for chicken because I wanted to make some hot breading, and so we put some of that in the breading. We ended up putting like tablespoons into the breading, and it didn't get hot.
All we done.
It took, I guess, something cooking it in the oil with the breading neutralized it. But we had a lot of flavor from the pepper.
Did something similar to the lemon juice like Bill was talking about, then it neutralizes it.
Right.
Oh, that's cool. See,
Oh yeah. No, as long as hey Huckleberry, as long as you put up those little fires, fire in the bowl. Yeah, you put up those little fires. I'll see you. I'll call it because the game channel, they can spend their points calling out fire in the bowls.
Oh, nice. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If you can watch on another computer, if you can watch or like on a phone or something else, if you can watch the Twitch channel, we've got a lot of cool little point things that they can do. And
So, okay, so you got everything set up to where you could do the bits too?
yeah. And it's got the affiliate login and all the settings done on it.
Okay, nice.
They wouldn't let me do it on the Wizard of Oz for whatever reason. I think because I've already got it set up on the game.
Oh, I got you. 2 new type of thing.
2 channels, yeah, kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
But seriously, if you overspice something accidentally, which it's not hard to do, add some lemon to it and it'll help.
So it's time to fire in the boat.
Can you like put lemon on it like after it's cooked? You know, like if you notice it's too hot? Like, oh shit, we got way too much. Then can you put a little lemon on it to calm it down?
Yeah, if you taste it and you go, oh crap, I overdid it, with cayenne or whatever. Just add a little lemon, even if it's hot. It'll help to tone it down.
Nice.
It's a Mexican soup.
My kid eats that stuff till he's red faced and sweating, and then he'll look at you and tell you how great it is, I'm like, it doesn't look that great. Looks like you're hurt. Looks like it hurts.
I like guys that don't like to show it. It's not bad. It's not bad. And you can tell it's just killing them.
I like really hot food when it's like over 100 degrees out here because all the sweating and everything helps cool you down.
Oh, nice.
Oh, shit. No,
yep.
I told you I got 8 boys. I was a single dad. I make hot wings, and they were like, we want you to make some hot wings so hot. As hot as you can make them, Dad. I was like, oh, shit, here we go. And I did the Tabasco trick.
Well,
completely.
Just try having a little extra lemon on hand, just in case.
Hey, Buffalo Bill.
Yep.
Yeah, you might want to refresh your connection. We're getting a little bit of talk back from your device.
Okay.
Yeah, just do a refresh and come back in. But yeah, no, I made that hot wings, and I did that Tabasco trick, and then I put jalapenos in it too, and the seeds and all that stuff. Nice. It was so hot, and I told them not to breathe when they try to eat it. But, yeah, and they was like, one didn't believe me, and he ended up spitting it all out on the floor. I was like, now you got a mess to clean up. I told you not to be breathing.
If you inhale and it knocks the wind out of you, it's too damn hot.
Right?
I can't even eat close to anything resembling that.
Yeah.
Did this help?
Well, I didn't eat none either.
Oh yeah. Yep. Much better.
Cool.
Shit, my stomach could just burn.
See, that's my problem. Is I mean, really
just
like the taste of the hot stuff. I just can't handle it that well.
No, not at all. I mean, it just burns in my stomach.
Yeah. You've had an ulcer in the past, I presume?
I don't know. I might have. I've drank a lot at one time.
I bet you did, because I know the scarring tissue from ulcers I had, that's what they say causes the problem.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it then. Yeah, I probably did. I can't eat, and I'm even like sometimes even mildly spicy is a problem.
Yeah.
Hey, if you've had an ulcer, a lot of that is because of the friendly flora that you might have killed from either drinking or from a lot of times it's antibiotics. And I suffered from diverticulitis and been hospitalized a couple of times from it. And it wasn't until I came across this nurse that was one of our instructors at the when I was at EMT school, and she told me, she says, take acidophilus. And I'm like, I don't know, that stuff's been around, it sounds like quackery, you know, I don't really believe it. She says, shut up and just do it. And she handed me 2 acidophilus pills. I thought I was going to have to go in the hospital again, and instantly the pain went away. It was that fast. And she said that she had Crohn's disease and her daughter had it too. That's the reason why she had it on hand, because you know, they'd have these flare-ups, and sometimes it's also it can either be an actual ulcer, but that's not, anyway, I'm not going to get all into all that stuff. It's that slime that's in the inside of your stomach and your intestinal tract. That's caused by the friendly flora. And when you take antibiotics, it kills it. So, and drinking could do it too. I know people that drank a lot and had the same problem. So take some acidophilus if you've had ulcers and other probiotics. You know, there's other things out there. Sauerkraut's a really good one. It's got natural probiotics that will heal the inside, the slime on the inside of your intestinal tract in your stomach, so that it creates a protective barrier, so that your the lining of your stomach doesn't get it gives your stomach and everything, your intestinal tract, a chance to heal. I didn't believe her at first, and then after I took it, it was like instant relief. So
I knew a girl with Crohn's one time, and that's not funny.
No,
that poor girl was miserable. There was times she was miserable.
I knew a girl like that too, and she'd go in the bathroom for half an hour, come out, she wouldn't be out 15 minutes, and it would go on for days. Yep. And they get anemic looking because they got internal bleeding.
Yeah. Oh, it was that poor girl was in misery when she'd have them really bad flare-ups. Yeah. She was in misery.
You'll have black stool. That's one of the signs.
I don't know. I just seen her, always having to go to the bed. Always. I mean, we'd be going places and doing things, and you'd have to pull into the gas station. You'd have to go over here. And I mean, it's just like wow.
Well,
it wasn't very often, but when she flared up, it was that poor girl was suffering.
In your stomach and in your intestinal tract, there's something called diverticuli, and they kind of look like what's in your lungs. They're these little fuzzy, little fingery looking things that are all throughout your intestinal tract. And if it's in the stomach, it's like got honeycomb shape or whatever. Well, that needs that good bacteria, and antibiotics and alcohol kill the good bacteria.
Oh, wow.
So that's how you wind up with ulcers.
And that makes sense because when I was about 19, I had my appendix out and it had burst while in the hospital for like 3 days with tubes coming out of me. And I always thought it was because I had my appendix out. But after that is when the hot stuff really started bugging me. So I wonder
that's probably what it was.
Yeah. Did your appendix burst?
Yes.
Okay. What happened is they slammed you with a bunch of antibiotics to get rid of the infection.
I gotcha.
Okay. And it killed all the good bacteria that was in your gut.
That makes sense.
And all the more reason to do the acidophilus and start taking probiotics. There's a lot of different types of probiotics to take, but the main one is acidophilus, and you will have relief. You will. You got to build that good bacteria back up. Another one is there's a yogurt. Well, a lot of yogurts will do it. They have Actophilus in it, but the Greek yogurt and Activia yogurt, they have a lot of they'll build your good bacteria and get you balanced in your gut again. So that your stomach and your intestines need to heal. And if you're suffering from like, every time you eat tomatoes or something like that, on the acid just kills you. Yeah. Do that and you'll see a big difference. But do it daily because it takes a while to build the good bacteria back up again. I haven't been in the hospital for years, and it's because of what I'm talking about right now. And it was diverticulitis is what I had, which is kind of in the neighborhood of Crohn's. You don't want Crohn's, man. It's horrible. It's bleeding.
I've known Crohn's people that have had sections of their intestinal tract removed and their bowel removed.
Yes. And a lot of it's caused by antibiotics. A lot of Crohn's people are caused because there's another one that's called irritable bowel syndrome.
Yeah, I've known people with that too.
And it's diverticulitis, irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, all of it is some of the most painful shit. It's worse than having a baby. Serious. Especially when you get a flare-up. Yeah. You get a flare-up, it gets irritated. And acids, everything that you've eaten, whatever, is just... And then they tell you, well, don't eat seeds. And I eat all kinds of seeds, nuts, peanuts, and everything now after diverticulitis.
Skull says kombucha. What's
that?
Skull said kombucha has some of those probiotics in it.
Kombucha. Yes. Skull's right. He's right.
Oh, nice.
Kombucha is got good bacteria in it. Yeah, definitely. Drink kombucha like it's going out of style. Yep.
Nice.
Right on, Skull.
The good thing about being German and in a German family, that's probably what's kept me hanging on this long, is there's a lot of sauerkraut.
Sauerkraut, super good. Kimchi, Korean kimchi.
Okay.
Oh yeah, man. I'm telling you what, if you can handle it, I mean, not everybody can handle eating kimchi.
Is it hot?
Sauerkraut's a little harsh too for a lot of people, but man, that is a way to really get your digestive flora, doing its thing, and get your stomach coated with that good protective layer of slime from the good bacteria. And everything's going to improve in your life, man.
Nice.
Seriously, I eat all of it because I don't want that shit ever coming back on me again. We were born with it, but our ancestors ate all that stuff, and we just don't include it in our diet anymore because we're picky little fuckers. Everybody's picky nowadays.
Yeah,
we won't eat it.
Huckleberry says her friend has it too and had intestines removed. Said almost passes out when she has to use the restroom.
Oh man, I tell you what, it's like having a baby. It's that painful. Oh yeah, it's that painful. I thought I was gonna die. I sure did.
Yeah, that girl. When we first started hanging around her, because it's Crohn's disease, so you know what it is. It's uncontrollable diarrhea, and you kind of laughed. Well, it didn't take very long at all, you guys, and I mean just a matter of a couple of weeks, and there wasn't the whole group of us would change everything we were doing.
Wow.
To make it, to stay near a bathroom, to make sure that in order for her to be involved in it.
Yeah. Don't be taking all the Mylanta and all those other, Pepto-Bismol is proven to be like really, really harmful. So, but don't be taking all that stuff. Just do the probiotics and go natural on it. It'll build, and everything in our health starts with our digestion. Everything in our physical health will be
I believe that. It's
Yeah.
kind of like core, you know, it starts from the beginning.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to get some of that.
I've been through the whole gamut of it. So,
And
I mean,
I know the girls all in my family, they all eat that Activia yogurt that you were talking about.
well, one time when I had a flare up, I took colloidal silver and it helped it for a little while. It got rid of the pain and everything. But what it was really doing, the colloidal silver was killing my gut flora. So when I do colloidal silver, because I do colloidal silver, I add these other things because colloidal silver will kill your good bacteria too when you swallow it. So, you know, add Activia and sauerkraut and all that stuff to your diet, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's why I tell people only put 3 eyedroppers of the colloidal silver in your mouth at a time. Squish it in your teeth and then swallow the rest. There's not enough of it to get down into your lower digestive tract.
Yeah, but if you're going to be taking a lot of colloidal silver because of COVID and all that stuff, just eat some stuff that's gonna build the bacteria back up in your gut.
Yep.
Logan Schmidt, hello. How are you? He says hi, Carpenter. Logan Schmidt.
Oh, hey, Logan.
Welcome in, Logan.
But what's really good about yogurt is when you're an old fucker, you know, you need the calcium.
Yeah.
Yogurt's going to help you with calcium.
I like the flavored yogurt. I really like the flavored yogurt. Plain yogurt, if it doesn't have anything in it, that stuff is nasty to me.
And you actually don't have to be that old because your calcium starts depleting in your 30s. And it's going to take calcium out of your bones, and then your bones will get brittle. So if you have other types of calcium that you want to take, do it. But yogurt's a really good source of calcium, and the fact that it's got the probiotics in it will help the calcium to get distributed in your bones. It'll help.
Nice.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna jump out here. Singularity, you got the button. Got to just decide how long you want to go. I'm gonna hop out, and I'll see you all tomorrow night.
Cool. Take
Night,
care, man.
Wiz.
Good
Dream well.
night, Wiz.
Good night, Huckleberry. Good night, sweet dreams,
Take
girls.
care, man.
I know
What,
Mary's out there.
what are you
Sweet
up to,
dreams you.
Logan?
Yeah, it's only 22:14 over here.
Well,
10-14, 22-14. Yep.
Yeah, throw some yogurt in your fruit smoothie, Huckleberry. And actually, plain yogurt is almost exactly like sour cream. When you put it on a potato, plain yogurt. Throw some butter on there and yogurt, and it's lower fat than sour cream.
Oh, now I'm hungry. Sour cream on a baked potato and chives on it. Oh, that sounds good.
yeah, it does.
And some butter. I gotta
No
have butter.
fair. Now you guys are making me hungry.
Yeah, let's not go into the home recipes, damn it.
Now everybody wants a baked potato.
Love baked potatoes.
You guys remember God, no, I'm drawing a blank. Jimmy Beam?
Yep.
He used to do that crap all the time. He'd get barbecuing. And he had all these elaborate recipes, and he'd be telling about what all he did. And it's like he'd sit and listen to him talk for 20 minutes. Next thing you know, you're out making a sandwich.
Yep, the midnight sandwich or something like. Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Now, I learned this from my Nana. I used to put salt and pepper on yogurt. And she used to do that. And also on my buttermilk. I'd put salt and pepper on my buttermilk.
See, I put salt and pepper on cantaloupe. People think I'm weird, but salt and pepper on cantaloupe is actually really good.
Sounds good. I would
My
do it.
dad used to put salt and pepper on his ice cream.
Nice.
And so, you know, a lot of them got us all on that Mediterranean salt and all that. It doesn't have any iodine in it. We need the iodine.
Yep.
Regular salt, regular table salt has iodine
Yeah.
for a reason. Because when they started putting iodine, it was because the Surgeon General said for them to start putting iodine because Americans were all iodine deficient. That was a long time ago, probably in the 1930s.
Yeah, but aren't they taking it out now?
Yeah, when you buy that, like those other kinds of salt, you know, like the Mediterranean, you get that Mediterranean sea salt, and what's the other one? The pink salt.
Yeah, I like iodized.
Yeah, regular iodine. Salt. You need the iodine. Your body needs it. They added it for one reason, and that's because Americans are iodine deficient.
And well, that sea salt doesn't break down as well either. I mean, I tried using it, but you almost got to grind it. Huckleberry does the salt and pepper on cantaloupe too.
Well, I've tried it. Himalayan pink salt, and stuff like that. It's good. I mean, it enhances the flavor in a different way than regular white, you know, iodized salt does. But it enhances the flavor because it's got minerals and stuff in it that are good for you. But you know what? The iodized sea salt, we need iodine. That's the deal.
Yeah.
Why do you think we ended up dropping so bad in iodine?
Exactly. They sell all these salt alternatives.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that it's all a setup from, you know, I think they try to do these things to us, you know, purposely get us to where we are lacking iodine, purposely get us to where we're lacking too much. And
I totally agree with you, Singh.
What's that?
I totally agree with you. I just don't, you know, just in the last few years, that's just to the point where I just don't trust anything they've said anymore.
Yep.
You know, like when they say anything on the TV, on the news, I don't even listen to them. Much less, I don't watch them, but I don't listen to them. It doesn't mean it's like, what did he say? This going door to door, couldn't care less. Oh, I'm going to mandate this or mandate that. I don't give a shit what he mandate. I am not participating, so I don't really care. Do whatever you feel you need to do, but I'm not monkeying with this no more.
Our grandparents and our parents thrived off of eating this, and this. I'm going to continue eating what they ate. I'm not going to listen to some newfangled doctor that, you know, that thinks he knows better than what, you know, our ancestors survived on.
Yeah.
Well, it keeps coming true that our ancestors were right about shit. It keeps coming true.
Well, you know, it's going to be a habit. Alex, you know, hashtag Alex Jones was right.
Yep.
You know, they keep saying all this shit's a lie, and then at 10, 15, 5, 6, 8 years later, whatever, it comes out that they were spot on. They were exactly what was, you know, like I've totally lost faith in our medical profession over this COVID nonsense.
It's our entire science. Everything with science became political, and it's just
and it just
destroyed it.
So think, when did people start having heart attacks at 65 years old and stuff like that? I mean, that didn't start until they started using Crisco and eating all these canned foods that had all the 1940s and everything. They were, because of the war effort, they ate a lot of canned foods. And that's when they started dying early of heart attacks and high blood pressure. Most of the time, they just called it hypertension.
What's your guys' opinion on GMO, the genetically modified, some of them?
You know, I got a buddy that raises beef cattle, and he raises up feeder cattle. What you do is you raise them with a bottle up until they're, I don't know what the hell, 100 or 250, 300 pounds, like that, 350. And then they get sold and they're finished off up to like 700, 800 pounds. And then they're killed or whatever.
Right.
But I watched him one day. I was over at his house and he was sticking it's a hollow needle. And then between the skin of the ear of a calf, he'd stick this needle in between there, and it was just like a little gun. And he'd squeeze the gun and it'd put this little, looked like probably a half-inch long pencil lead. But looked totally different than that though. But a half-inch long pencil lead, it would shoot it right between the skin of the ear. And he said with that, on 5 gallons of water and a half a bale of hay a day, they'd put on 50 pounds a week.
Some of that stuff literally tenderizes the meat before they're even butchered. I know the chemicals. When I worked at the feedlot, the chemicals they put in there, those people had to wear full body suits and respirators. If they got any of that on them, they had that. There was like this whole, the chemical wash
that protocol.
Yep, exactly. It's like, man, if they're putting that stuff in the food, cattle's food, and they don't excrete it in any place. So when we're buying it, we're getting that.
What it does is it increases their water weight, so they get more money per pound.
Yeah.
And what I think it is, what I'm thinking it is it's that that's other salt. What do they call that again? I'm trying to remember. It's the one that we're not supposed to be taking because it increases your water weight. They put it in Chinese food. The hell is it? Come on now. Monosodium glutamate. Bang.
Yeah.
It's a monosodium glutamate pill is what they're putting in them. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what the thing was, but it sure wasn't big, but it lasted their whole. We did it to him once.
Yeah.
And I asked him right out, I said, what is that? And he said, a growth hormone.
That might be it too. It might be that too.
Yeah, he said it was a growth hormone, and that's what it was. And I said, what do you put that in for? And that's when he told me, because on a half a bale of hay and a 5-gallon bucket of water a day, they put on 50 pounds a week. Well, then I got another buddy that raises cattle, and he feeds to weight. The only stuff he uses on his entire farm is just what it takes to keep the cattle healthy.
I know they give them MSG. I know they do. And that's so they put on a lot of water weight. And that's what that sounds like what it might be, but I never heard of them putting like a little pencil lead thing in there.
Yeah, they shoot it right between the skin of their ear. You know how a cow's ear is like 2 flaps of skin. If you hold them, you can wiggle them. Yeah, well, it's a pennant, and this needle, which is pretty big around, looks like a old fountain pen, that you dipped in the inkwell. That's the shape of it, and they prick it in there, and they shove it right in there, and he'd squeeze the little handle like a gun, and it would shoot that, not shoot it, but just push out that little thing, whatever that little, actually it was all different colors. It was kind of clear and on one end and had some different colors in it.
They do the same thing. It's a little tiny pellet that gets injected into their ear or wherever they put it. Yep.
There was a hormone that they were giving cattle. It was banned in 1973 for milk cows that I know about that made them produce more milk, and they banned it in 1973. I don't know if it's that one, but that one is not supposed to be in any cow. It's illegal. If it's that one. That one.
Yeah, I don't. It wasn't. His were beef cows, not milk. I got a buddy that does raise dairy calves though, and he won. This was 20 years ago. He won the national championship for dairy cows, and the dairy cow that blue ribbon, he got $60,000 for. This was 20 years ago.
Huh.
Yeah, he won the national title, and then he sold that calf for $60,000. It ends up being a bloodline.
Yeah, the hormones they were saying that was in milk. I remember getting into it with these PETA people, and they kept telling me, "Oh yeah, they got hormones," and they told me the hormone, and I got concerned, and I called up a local dairy, and they said no, that was banned in 1973. And if the FDA comes and detects any antibiotics in the milk or anything, they have to get rid of the whole entire batch of milk. So they'll have milking machines, and there'll be there's big tanks where they keep all the milk.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They chill it, they process it, they homogenize it and pasteurize it, and they heat pasteurize it. If they detect that hormone that I was talking about, or any of that, so there's no hormones in the milk. There's not supposed to be. They can actually have to destroy the whole entire batch. Huge tanks of milk.
Wow.
Yeah, and there can't be any antibiotics in it either. You know how the PETA people are always saying, yeah, but there's antibiotics in your milk. No, there's not. I know there's not.
Yeah.
Because
them PETA people, those are Dallas one time showed me a big article about that, how nowadays, what is that called? When you're all about the earth and the land and activism, in that.
Yeah.
What's that called? What's the word?
Well, we used to call it, there was the Sierra Club and some other organizations that were doing
this is they're activists for trees and plants and everything. Well, those they aren't really like the naturalists or whatever. They aren't really like that.
Animal rights.
Yeah, those people have never planted a tree. They've never.
Those were the environmentalists.
Environmentalists. That's what I was talking about. The environmentalist agenda in the United States has been part of this plan that's going on right now to get people and take them out of the outskirts and push them into the cities.
Yeah, I believe that.
These environmentalists have nothing to do with the environment. Most of them don't even know. Probably never mowed a lawn in their life, let alone planted a tree.
No, it's strictly a political movement. They're not true environmentalists. I remember when they were spiking trees so that they could kill a bunch of lumberjacks. They'd come in with their chainsaws and hit one of those spikes or run it through a sawmill and destroy the blades on the sawmill.
Yeah, I remember that.
Spiking trees, and they were killing people doing that.
Another thing people they talk about all this deforest. What they don't realize is that almost pretty much all of our lumber that we use in this country, pretty much all of it, is regrowth.
Oh yeah.
It's not. It ain't virgin woods. They're just, strip mining virgin woods.
Yeah. It's fast growth tree.
Yeah, that's what all of it is. That's what runs your big lumber companies and stuff. Is they cut it, clear cut an area, then they replant it, and they go to the next area, and they do that, and they've got it set up now to where they go in big chunks, and it's like self-supporting.
That's why fir is so popular wood to use for framing and everything, because it's so easily, quickly grown.
So you're a carpenter, the quality of wood has really gone down because of the fast growth lumber that they're using.
Yes.
All the banana boards and shit that you'd pull out of the freaking bunk of 2x4s, and and you look at them and it's like, man, the grain is spaced so far apart on this wood because they were fast growth. They grow a giant tree in about 10 years, and it's a giant tree. And that was because it's fast growth. Well, Weyerhaeuser Corporation and Boise Cascade, that's, they made an agreement, they made a pact with the American people, because the environmentalists were all up in arms about clear cutting. So they said, well, we're going to plant 2 trees for every one tree we cut down. I don't know if they're still doing that or not, but
it's supposed to be 2 to 1.
It's fast growth trees. And so they put these growth spikes in the ground right near the root system. When they plant the tree, they plant seedlings, and then they put in a spike in there to fertilize it so it'll grow faster. That's what they're doing. And the tree rings are very far apart. They're not close together like lumber used to be, and it's shit wood. it's full of knots and it's freaking half of it's rotten and everything. You go in there and you're paying $8 for a 2x4. Come on, really? For something that I bought, 2 years ago for $1, $1 something, $1.10 or whatever per board.
Yeah.
And now it's freaking $7 a board or $8 a board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard there's no lumber shortage. It's just like the gas shortage, just like the food shortage is going to be. It's all manipulated.
Is what they're going to do. They're going to keep it up for a while, and they're going to drop it down to where it's still 20% above what it was, and then everybody's going to think it's a good price. But it gives them a chance to raise the price and make more in the long run without people hollering too much.
Yeah.
I got a question for you guys. I kind of want your opinion on this because I've been doing a lot of research. The GMO food, the genetically modified crops and stuff like that. A lot of them were crossed with plants that could tolerate drought. A lot of them were crossed with plants that produced more, that were pest resistant and stuff like that. Plants that were naturally these things, they crossed them with it. During the big campaign against GMOs, the largest contributors to these campaigns were DuPont, CHS, and a lot of the chemical companies that were doing that. As soon as they started really pulling GMOs out of food, then DuPont, CHS, and then the sales went up over 1,000% of pesticides again. So without the genetically modified foods, now they're pumping pesticides back on again. So I'm confused. Did we fall for something there? Or did we trade one thing off for another bad thing? Because the pesticides cause worse problems than anything, in my opinion. So I'm kind of curious if we got caught up in a little bit of a trick there.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't put it past them for a second. There's absolutely nothing they could do that would surprise me. There's nothing anymore that someone would come up and say to me that I'd go, wow, that's gone out of me. I've taken so many red pills. I don't get a rush off them anymore. If they crossed it with something that a fungus could get into it. Some of these things were crossed with drought tolerant plants of the similar species. They were bug resistant plants of a similar species. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that when you look at who contributed the money to the anti-GMO movement, it makes a person wonder, because DuPont and CHS are two of the biggest chemical manufacturers for pesticides in the world. And they contributed the majority of the money, something like 67% of the money, to go after the GMO, the genetically modified plants. And as soon as a lot of that got shut down, the pesticide industry skyrocketed. And even around here, you can see it now again, like all these farmers just pouring pesticides and herbicides and stuff onto their crops again. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just kind of curious after doing the research if we didn't get a little bit tricked. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt we have been. Well, I wouldn't doubt it for a minute.
Because those pesticides and herbicides, they don't break down. They go all the way into the water table. And that's what's causing, the problems with the frogs,
turning the frogs gay.
Yeah, well, exactly. And that is funny because we all know where it comes from. And we know that we think it's funny because we know that it's serious and we know it's not a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when they think it's funny and they make fun of it, it's like they think it's a joke and like, but this, ha ha ha, it is funny. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a joke.
Yeah.
The atrazine, you try to tell people, you try to explain to them that no, what he's talking about there, and this has turned into something else. I understand that, but it's what he's talking about there is the atrazine, and that's the chemicals in the farmlands that go in there. That's what's but people don't get it. Hey, you're stupid because you said the frogs are gay. When really? Seriously?
Another
danger,
another danger of the franken foods that we're growing right now is their pollens are affecting, they're infecting, I should say, the non-GMO crops. So you wind up getting what you think you're planting a non-GMO crop, and then some bee comes along and puts some freaking pollens from a GMO crop in your food. That's why they're trying to ban GMOs in other countries outside of the United States, because they know that the pollen in corn, for example, corn is they can actually modify the DNA in corn to do all kinds of stuff. So the corn's not just hybrid corn, but it's literally GMO corn. What they do is they find the DNA in, say, a tobacco plant, for example. You got issues with corn borers in your area or whatever. Monsanto comes along and says, guess what? We've got this seed here that you don't have to worry about watering it. You don't have to worry about corn borers. You don't have to worry about other types of whatever. And they developed it in a laboratory. They developed the seed in a laboratory by adding, say, tobacco, for example, which is a natural insecticide, DNA from a tobacco plant in a corn. So you don't really know what you're eating.
And
and like Singh said, though, that one of the scary things is the chemicals too.
Yep.
There might be human DNA.
There's no way we're not eating it.
I'm not, and I don't know which one's better or worse. I just when I noticed who was contributing, it raised a little flag in my head. It's like, oh, wait a minute. I just posted 2 things on chat. If y'all get a chance to read those, and that's what when I made people mad last night, I was telling them it's like, the dogs or the frogs aren't actually gay. I was like, that's why I was trying to tell them that we have to, because I know Tanya and then that what about the gay frogs were swearing that no, they're gay. It's like, no, that's why we all chuckle when we say gay, because is what it is their libido reduced or they're not reproducing, and actually they ended up having both. They were male and female, so it was multi-gender in one, and not I'm not talking lefty type multi-gender. I'm talking they literally had both and everything. So some of the boy frogs were able to lay eggs and fertilize them. It was a weird thing, but it was the chemicals doing that. But if you get a chance to read it, it wasn't that they were literally gay. It was that their systems were all jacked up. So it's a very serious deal. And I didn't mean to offend them last night. I was just trying to tell them, like, when you're arguing, argue these points.
Me and Skull don't believe you.
What's that?
Yeah, I missed that last night.
Skull and I do not believe you, Sing.
I won't know what to believe in. They are.
I'm just kidding you. I'm just razzing you, man.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. I just put that out there because I think it helps our argument. Because the left is what reminded me to put that is when Cart said the left really laughs at us and everything, and that's the worst part is gives them ammo if we go to them, and no, they're literally boy frogs humping boy frogs. Like no, not actually. No, what they are, they're multi. They've got multi parts.
So the frog. Other amphibians are actually capable of it also besides frogs, by the way. But the frogs can literally go and lay eggs and fertilize their own eggs.
That's what was happening with some of them. They were literally born with both parts.
Yes.
That's because of the chemicals in the water. It was confusing their system so much. And you look back at now with a lot of the younger groups, it's cool. But with a lot of the younger groups and everything where they're just so confused about their gender, it makes a person wonder if the chemicals aren't, that's why I agree with Alex on that. The chemicals are causing some serious
issues. Give a shit what the left says anyway. Do we really care?
I do, because I think there's some of them that are still savable, some of them that still, if you come to them with like I mean, to me, if you show them a Berkeley study or a Harvard study that a lot of this is based on, if you show them the study and get them to read it, and it's like, now argue with me, and they can't, I think that it forces them to read it and look into it a little more and understand that there is a problem.
I've seen a lot of people come over from the left that I never would have thought would have.
Exactly.
I remember when people used to laugh at me for being tinfoil hat, and I don't know how many people have called me and said, "Holy shit, you're right."
I hate being right all the time.
Yeah, and I know I'm not right all the time, not like that, but you know what I'm saying.
I am, unless I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I completely understand what you meant. There's a lot of people that I thought were so hardcore, in their beliefs, and then one little thing happened in a discussion, and they're like, "Oh crap!" And it takes out one thing to get them to start looking outside of their little bubble.
Well, Sing, would you agree with this?
Mm-hmm.
If you believe you're right and they can prove you're wrong, are you willing to admit it?
Oh yeah.
If I'm proven without, yeah, I will. And that's why I ask everybody: if you have information contrary, give it to me. Post it. Don't just like a lot of them. Last night they were just saying, "You're lying. You're wrong." And I was telling them, there's articles. I read the articles. I didn't see anything about the gay. I was like, if you've got something contrary, and they just kept saying, "Well, I saw the video." It's like, well, what video, and how could you tell what gender they were in the video of frogs doing it? It's like, give me the video, and they're like, no, I know the truth, and you're wrong. It's like, well, help me understand where I'm wrong, then, So
that's usually where they fall short, though.
Yeah. And I just, I've been proven wrong so many times that I thought something, and it turns out I misunderstood a report, or I misunderstood this or that or something in a report, and I get it explained to me and get it pointed out to me where it's right in front of me, and I can see it and read it myself. And then I'm like, oh crap, I was wrong. It's trickier than that, in my opinion, Skull, because it depends. I mean, you could legitimately say, okay, they're gay because you got, one unit with both genders in it, but actually they're not. It's a gender dysphoria is what it is. Actually, it's not. And I think that the definitions are what we have to be careful with. And these are old definitions. This isn't new lefty definitions. Gender dysphoria is actually what a lot of the, in my opinion, is what a lot of the people that are, distinguishing themselves as a tree or something that they're confused about. It's an old term.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll quit my rant. But yeah, I don't mind being wrong.
And how many babies do you think has been born like that?
Oh God, it's hard telling. It could be a generation of them, with the frogs and everything. It could be multiple generations. You think of how long they've used herbicides and pesticides, and it's proven that the high fluoride contents come from, I believe it's a herbicide that are in. And the scary part is, it's not just city water. They were actually testing well water from wells that around farmland that people are using these pesticides in. So I mean, it's already hitting well water. So that's why I tell people, even if you're on a well, get a filter.
There's another name. There's actually a few other names that fluoride goes by.
Yeah.
There's sodium fluoride.
Yeah.
And hydrofluoric acid.
Yeah.
They're all fluoride.
Yeah. Fluoride, I shouldn't say that because it is a generalization. And it's like it's the fluoric acid or whatever it is that's in it. And it's what it is it's a carrier or something. It's not actually in the pesticide. It's what they use to split it up so it extends out further.
Colonel's in the house.
Hey, Colonel.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt with those articles. I just wanted to point that out. And thank you guys for listening to it, not getting angry with me. That's why last night I was telling them, it's like, I disagree, or I agree with Alex Jones on a lot of stuff. It's just the saying gay is a bad argument, in my opinion. I think, we all joke around about it. It's fun. We all have fun with it and everything. But the ones that actually enter an argument with it or a debate with it, saying no, they're actually gay, you're lying. It's like, I'm sorry, that here's the article, or here's the studies. They don't say gay, in any way. They don't have the same gender, entering into any type of relationship.
Well, this is like Jurassic Park stuff, actually, because that's kind of what they were doing, is taking the DNA from other things, and one of them was frogs, I believe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's all a messed up thing. It all is. It's so, I don't know, every
So
side.
convoluted.
Yes, thank you. That's perfect.
It is. It's just so convoluted. It's so hard to pick your way through the truth and
It's almost impossible. There's so many
almost.
truths out there, and so many groups that hold so tight to those truths. It's hard to, like you say, cut through it.
Yeah, that's why I tell everybody, I don't know what's going on. Really, seriously, I don't know. I know what we're seeing and what we're thinking probably isn't it.
Yeah.
What they're showing us, that ain't what's really going on. Now, what it really is, I don't know. But I hope it's for the better and not the worse. But even that, I don't know.
Well, we got another problem within humanity. Is a lot of couples are not able to produce children either. And when they do, a lot of the children are coming out with autism and other kinds of anomalies. And so it's happening with the human race. There's anomalies that are happening with the human race and have been for about the last probably 40 years, I guess. And I wonder how much of it is actually due to the jabs that people have been having to get. I don't know.
I agree. Yeah. And then that's another thing. Oh, yes. Sorry, I'll get right back to that. Skull, definitely. Even Alec pointed out that it was Gay Frogs was a way, and he did do that one thing where he sits down. He's like, we all, know it was a way to get it out there and everything. And then he did have the scientists that they were actually changing gender. The frogs were because of the chemicals. It wasn't necessarily really a gay thing. It was a saying to draw the attention to the situation. And that's what we can't go into the argument with, saying the gay frogs. But anyways, I retreat into the other, but I completely agree with School there. But going back to it's like the vaccinated versus the non-vaccinated. It scares me because the Patriots are getting so divided on it. I know a lot of Patriots that got it, that had to get it to keep their job. Southern Belle, I respect her completely. She had to make a hard choice. She didn't want to get it, but her mother is in a retirement home, and to be able to see her for the last, several years of her life, she had to get that shot. She had to make a difficult decision and get it. And I don't think we need to divide ourselves by coming down on the people for getting it and saying, well, I'm not going to be around somebody. I understand the shedding and all that. It's a freaky thing, but I think the media is just using another thing to divide us.
I know the like around here, anybody that I don't ever bring that up around anybody that's had it. I don't talk about that, It's about my beliefs and how strongly I believe in it, about the MRA modifier and the whole 9 yards, how it changes your system and all that. I don't bring that up.
Simply the fact that oh, sorry.
If that's going to come out, let it come out, and they don't need to hear it from me.
Yeah. I pray for them. I hope everything turns out good, but I'm not going to condemn them for making a tough decision.
No, people can do what they want,
Yep. That's what the U.S. is supposed to be about.
Yeah, I never give people shit about wearing a mask, or I never say anything to them, or when they were all wearing a mask, I've made a few snide remarks. Like my favorite one is, if you wear a mask, you're not part of the solution, you're the problem. And I'd be sure and say it loud enough that everybody standing around me with a mask could hear it. But I never would pick somebody out now, because there are still one or two here or there you'll bump into them wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I
I
would
used to make
never,
fun of them.
ever say, for one thing, what if there was a medical reason that they were doing it?
Yeah. Yep.
You know, so it's just not my business. The deal, I guess the whole deal with all of it is, I really, you know, I don't like gays and trans, whatever. The only problem I have is when you start legislating your ideologies on me. You know, when you are going to legally try to force me to come to your opinion.
Yeah.
That's the only problem I have. I couldn't care less if somebody wants to wear skirts and, you know, girls dresses. Whatever you want to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
But just don't make me live by the rules. I think a lot of it's getting a little bit silly, like the girls in sports, guys in bathrooms, little girls' bathrooms and stuff. That's ridiculous. And that's part of the plan. That's part of the, that's part of the color revolution.
Now that part I push hard. Like even if I saw a guy going into a girl's bathroom, I'd be like, oh heck no. You know, if I had like one of my nieces in there or something, I was like, dude, you're not going in there yet. Just wait. Yeah. They come out, you can do it on your own. You are not going in there. That type of stuff I understand because it has to do with the safety of others, in my opinion. And
I mean,
I've laughed at people that are by themselves in a vehicle wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That just makes no sense. I mean, you gonna give it to yourself?
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the level of stupidity. I just, I see that and I just don't understand it. You know,
and then I
don't
see
understand it.
characters running around with masks too. Yeah. It's like you could kind of tell that they're trying to conceal their identity.
Well, there's that too. That would be part of the color revolution. You know, why don't we make everybody wear masks? Then nobody knows who anybody is. You know, then they can't be doxxed by facial recognition. You know.
And I see bicyclers and joggers wearing masks, and I'm like, how do you do it? I'm thinking about that.
I last year for about 2 or 3 months, I was doing some work on a building for a company, and their rule was they had, private ground. Their rules, I was working for them. Their rule was people had to wear masks. So I made a lot of money off that job. I wasn't going to pass it up by saying, oh no, I'm against masks. Like, okay, I'll put the mask on while I'm doing this job. No biggie. It's not, just walking through the building. A lot of mine was up top doing welding on, grain legs. So once I got out of the building, I could take that thing off and do my job. So I wasn't about ready to throw away a good earning, job for not wearing a mask.
Yeah, that's all falling apart. They're falling on their face with that one anyway.
Yeah.
What I like is like when they I think it was I want to say last night, might have been the night before, but just like last night or the night before, but last night I think it was, they were talking about the Cuban Revolution down there being about the it's all about wanting the vax or whatever, something to do with the vax. When it's totally about communism.
I don't want to interrupt. I gotta go. I just didn't want to interrupt you guys, but I really gotta go now. So
okay, well, take care, man.
Have a good night. God bless you. God bless you, Kim and Carpenter and Singh and everybody in the chat. Have a good night.
Thank you for the
conversation.
conversation.
You sleep well.
But yeah, the media is doing their darndest to not have to say, the media and Biden and his team are doing their darndest to not have to say the word communism.
Say the word what? You broke up.
Communism. Yeah, they do not.
They are.
It's about communism.
Yeah, they don't want to admit that. Well, that's what's going on, and
Well, look at all the Cubans. Somebody was talking about that earlier, that they won't give the Cuban Americans any time on television, and they're down in Florida, like speaking out massively against the Cuban government because of the communism, but they're not getting a minute on any news station.
Yeah. Well, it looks to me like it's falling apart pretty much everywhere. I mean, like, what was that one? Where was it that they had that? Oh, they had a little, dust up about, a few people complaining about the mask. And here it was just hundreds of thousands marching down the street for miles.
Yep.
What country was that? That was just a few days ago too. And and over here you're hearing, oh, they had this, group, this small group came in and protest. Well, small group, my ass.
Yeah. Well, that's what they used to do about the Trump rallies. But if people showed up, it's like there's 10,000 people and another 3,000 outside that couldn't get in.
Exactly.
And then they'd show Biden's, and they refused to show his crowd too. And when he would say something, you'd hear light clapping and not the cheering.
Yep.
Because there was like 10 people in there. It just, all to push the narrative. They can't have it.
It's just to the point. It just don't matter what they say anymore. I don't believe them. I just don't believe them.
That's how I am. I
mean, even if they're telling the truth, I'm not going to believe them at face value. I'm going to look into it and see.
Exactly. And I know it sounds bad, but I don't trust any of them 100%. I check into all of it. And
absolutely.
It's, and I like InfoWars. I loved Knight. I thought he was a rock star. I like Alex. I like Owen. But I'm not going to take whatever they say is fact. I want to see the proof.
Yeah.
I support Trump big time, but I want to see, he's accomplishing stuff, and he did.
Well, speaking of Trump, he's caught a lot of hell over this, touting this facts, right?
Oh yeah.
What people don't realize was this agenda for this mask and all this crap. This was supposed to go on for 5 or 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And there were supposed to be hundreds of millions of people that were going to die, not just from the vaccines or the virus, but from the consequences of shutting down the economy and people starving and all this stuff. This was bad.
Yeah.
So now he's already got it, so that in 12 or 13 months or whatever it is, 14 months, I don't know how long it is, March. So 16, 15 months, it pretty much is washing up, and it's being exposed. Well, if what we've just lived through, had this went on another 5 or 6 or 7 years, that would have been, it would have destroyed the world.
It would have. Yeah, there was no economy that could have survived it.
So what do you do? Do you take and go along with the plan to use it against them right now, and then expose all the bullshit they're doing and get it to fall on its face in a year and a half, or do you let it go on for 6 or 7 years and hundreds of millions of people die from, things that were related to it, but weren't, the specific, the COVID or the vaccine. It was the people that lost their job and that were starving, and the food that wasn't being grown, and the businesses that weren't being run, and the medicine that, all the death that comes around that.
Yeah.
So so I am concerned about him saying that, but I don't give that the credibility. Like, they think that they just, Trump said, take the, for one thing, he's always said it's your choice.
Yeah. Yep. He hasn't said anything about mandates or anything like that. Yep. Well, and I don't agree with him on it either about, telling people it's okay to get.
Yeah, me either. Yep, me either.
I don't know what's going on, but still, I'm not gonna say, well, I lost all respect, I won't vote for him again. It's like, well, what else? What's our option? Voting for Biden again to get him in here again? I mean, we can't just say, oh, I'm just not going to vote, because we already know that every vote does count. Get out there and vote. It's supposed to count. This last election, I was agreeing with you guys when you were talking about that. Did these people that say I'm not going to vote because it doesn't matter? It's like they knew something we didn't. And now we know it.
Yeah.
And I don't
You
have
still
the
got to
perfect-
vote, even if your vote would be stolen. You've still got to vote. You still have to. Like I
Right.
can, I mean, even if I was dead 100% determined that my vote didn't matter, you still have to vote
Right.
just to be in the argument. I think.
Yep.
You know. But I kind of believe that if things don't get fixed between now and 2022 and 2024, none of that's going to matter. But I'm still gonna. I say that, but I'll still vote.
Right. Hey,
I'll
Kate.
still vote, but I might not think that it's gonna. Well, I'm wasting my time, but hell, I'll waste an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, I've voted since I've been able to, and I've always voted. And
Yeah, me too.
and I hear a lot of people saying it's a right, so it's my right, so I want to do it. I believe it's my duty, so I want to do it.
Yeah.
And and those that don't vote and say, well, that way I can't get blamed for anything. It's like, well, you need to grow a set and pick a side and vote. But yeah, there's so much going on. It's almost impossible to know. Just like I was talking about with the GMO, I'm not saying GMOs were good by any means. I don't know. I mean, altering anything sounds bad in my opinion, but the pesticides seem a lot worse. And since they were funding it, that makes me nervous.
Yeah, and I totally see your point there. Are you trading? I mean, it's like, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah. Yep. Did we just fall for something that tricked us just into the other side of a bad, it's almost.
I would probably lean towards the answer of yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm afraid of.
That's the answer. Just because I don't know, and I don't know for sure, and but I just don't trust them anymore in anything they say.
If you want some of the reading material, I'd be glad to get some of it and post it in one of these chats one night too, if you're interested in looking in on it. I know it was eye-opening. Yeah, I was looking at it and it freaked me out. It's like, crap. Did we just fall for something?
I wouldn't doubt it for a minute. Well, we fell for that federal bank shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Look what that did.
Yep.
It's just so, but I also, I'm kind of an optimist, and I'm a glasses half full kind of guy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as long as you're still, you ain't lost as long as you're in the fight,
Yep. I agree. And that's, I believe when God decides it's my time, it's my time. I have no choice. So.
Good night, Battery.
Oh, take care, Battery.
Yeah, later, Battery.
Cole had a good point about that. The Cuban Americans won't vote for Democrats, so that's why they don't want them here.
Oh yeah, boy, it did that. Did they not? Boy, they stepped on their dick on that one, didn't they?
Yep.
Oops, excuse me, girls. I'm sorry. I'm, sorry about. I don't mean to be like I am. I wish I could change it. I tried to.
Oh, I say
they
forward.
really did. They stepped all over themselves on that. Didn't they? They pissed right down their legs.
Yep.
It's just like that isn't obvious what you're doing there. You let every refugee on the face of this earth in here, but if it's someone that opposes socialism, communism, same thing, it's all the same. Socialism, they use different words, progressive, Marxism, Maoism, whatever. It's just a rebrand of the same thing. It's all the same thing.
It's
and then
it's all based on a small ruling elite. Everyone.
Absolutely. And do you know the only reason that I'm totally against 100% medical health care?
Yeah.
It's because historically it's proven for a fact that a medical system, when you go to that system where it's free health care, it just ends up getting raped.
And it
ruins the country financially. And that's the only reason that I'm against. Do I think everybody should have health care affordable, or everybody should be right to health care? Yes, I do. But under the way they're doing it, no, we can't do it this way. We can't have our government have control of our health care.
Yep. And actually, that goes back to the conversation we had not too long ago, where I was like, I don't know exactly what the perfect answer is, but I don't like the fact that a middle income person working their ass off doesn't get the same care that a millionaire does.
Well, exactly. Exactly. You know, another thing I always thought too, you know, if you really want to figure this healthcare thing out in this country, whatever the hell they vote on it for the time they're in office, whatever they vote on, that's the healthcare that they have to use.
Yeah. Yep.
So if it's 80-20, 90-10, if it's whatever it is, if they vote on it for the people, that the elected officials have to fall under that same healthcare program.
Yep. I agree.
You'd straighten a lot. I mean, I don't know if it fix it completely, but you'd straighten a lot of it out. For one thing, before this happened, the healthcare in this country was out. It was like the shining example of healthcare in the earth.
Yeah. When you could get a healthcare policy for like $85 a month.
Yeah. Did you know that remember when he touted there was 30 million people in America that we need to worry about getting healthcare to? What he didn't tell you is that 22 million of them were eligible for their seriously reduced, which Minnesota has a really good one, just so you know, seriously reduced healthcare programs that are really cheap and really affordable. And they just, 22 million of them just hadn't signed up for their state's healthcare programs. So there wasn't 30 million people that didn't have healthcare. There was really only about 8.
It was just all the ones that just hadn't done it.
Yeah, there was just the ones that haven't signed up for their, didn't take advantage of their reduced rate state healthcare plans that were. That's what he brought that in. That was the stance he took when he brought that in, was that there was like 30 million Americans that were going without insurance. But he didn't tell you 22 million of them were by choice and were eligible for state reduced healthcare programs.
That's what they do best.
It's like to the point anymore where it's like, I just think is everything a lie? It's all a lie.
It's all stretched out. They'll take a number from one thing and put it to another to where you can't say it's exactly untrue, because then they'll have the media to flip it around. Well, no, it is true, just not exactly how we said it. It's like, yeah, it's a lie.
Yeah, exactly. To me or you or to the average person, like in our daily lives, and if somebody dealt with us like that in our daily lives, we would consider them a liar and shy away from them and probably not be around that person. Another thing is, how many times do they lie before you call them what they are, as a liar?
Yeah.
They just keep getting lied to. And then the thing is, Democrats, Republicans. Well, newsflash, it's both of them.
Yeah.
It's corrupt political officials. Party has really absolutely nothing to do with it. Even though it's just taken hold, socialism took over the Democratic Party. And that's why they've got such a foothold in there. But they were in the process of taking over the Republican Party, and we're getting pretty good foothold.
Look at Romney.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody says, well, look at Trump. He had the House and Senate for his first term, and he didn't do nothing because he didn't have the House and Senate, for one thing.
Yeah. It may have been red, but it was not everybody had the same outlook.
It was, you had rhinos in there that were,
Exactly. Yep. There was a lot of rhinos in there that may have claimed to be, Republican or believed in this, but they all proved, sorry, my dogs are going nuts, but they all proved that it was, that they were Democrats.
Yeah.
I shouldn't even say Democrats. They were socialists, communists, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, I really shouldn't call them Democrats, because, really, if you think about, like, if I listen to all of us talk all the time, so I know most of our kind of general opinions on everything. And really, truthfully, we are JFK Democrats. In a vast majority of our thinking, we're all blue collar, hardworking, for the working person. We're that kind of, freedom for the, the whole 9 yards, freedom of speech, that's what the Democratic Party used to be back in JFK's days.
Well, and that's why I call myself like a Reagan Democrat.
Reagan. Yeah.
Yeah. I some things like the healthcare, I'm open to discussion. I don't know what the perfect answer is, but right now it's broke and we need to work on it. It's bloated prices. But the thing is, Trump was working on that. He was forcing these medical companies to give us the, the preferred nations cost and stuff like that. And then it was going to be, yes, it was going to be tougher on some of these other countries, but they were going to have to start paying their share because the U.S. was paying such bloated prices. We were funding a lot of the research that went in to help support a lot of these free healthcare systems. I say free, you know what I mean? Free healthcare systems in other countries because they were getting it so cheap because we were paying the prices for the funding.
Yeah, and really that has to stop. But it boils back to corruption. It's all about the only way we're going to fix it is get these corrupt people out.
Right.
These bought off and paid. Have you ever seen? You have to have at one point or another seen those videos where they'll have a vote come up in the House or Senate, and then that guy will walk around with envelopes with checks in them.
Yep.
And they hand them out to the people. They're literally buying their vote.
Yep.
They're on the House floor handing the check over to pay for their vote. I'm trying to remember what state it was in, and I can't remember now. But it was a congressman, and he had held his seat for 40 or 50 years. He died, is what he did, and this was not too long ago, 5-6 years ago, and he died. I can't remember who it was, but they went back and looked at his record, and he voted with his constituency 2% of the time.
Yeah. I've seen the envelopes where there's some of them will get envelopes from other people, and a lot of times from the other side. Yep. And it come down to the wire where they're, this is yours if you vote, type of thing. And I think there's just a lot of corruption. I've seen that, and it always made me wonder, but that makes sense that it's payoffs.
Yeah.
And they do it in plain sight. They do a lot of stuff they do in plain sight. They just don't care.
Well, kind of in the end, they got to where they didn't even hide it.
Yep. They didn't care.
They got to where they didn't really remember when they talked about Obamacare and that guy that wrote it, and he come right out and the guy was saying how it was failing and it wasn't working here and it wasn't working there and this wasn't going on. What do you have to say about and the guy literally said right out, no, it's working as it was designed. So it was designed to ruin our healthcare system so that the government could take over our healthcare system.
Yeah, and see that wow. I will admit I don't like the government taking over because you look at the vet clinics or the veterans.
Yeah, that was starting to come around too.
Yeah, he got it fixed, but to begin with the government control, they had it so screwed up before Trump got there that's what would happen to our healthcare system. So I'm not for. It's one of those things I just don't have the perfect answer. I know now it's broke, but I'm not for a fully government-controlled system either.
Like you said earlier, though, Singh, go back to when your health insurance was $82 a month.
Yeah. Yep.
Go back to when your premiums were literally really affordable, and a person even on a menial wage job could have a really blue chip healthcare program and pay for it.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, instead of paying like now $800, $900, $1,000, $1,200 a month,
I pay $680 a month on myself.
One person.
Mm-hmm.
That's your house payment.
Yeah. Yep. And to be honest, if I had a house payment, I would probably have to find another job.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying is that's a house payment. That's what that's people's when they're coming up and they're going to work and they want to go on. That's their, wow, that's a lot of money. $600, $700, My sister she never did get on it and she never got in trouble for it though, but she never got on it because by the time she paid the premium, they own a gutter company. By the time she paid the premium and the deductible, she never even used the amount of the deductible. So she literally had to pay for healthcare that she could not use or didn't use.
Yep. Because
I don't know. I remember her deductible was like, I don't know, 4 or 3 or 5,000 or something ridiculous.
Mine is $4,000.
So you got $4,000 a year plus $600 a month.
Yeah.
So in all reality, you have an insurance policy that you don't use.
Yep. Unless it's basically just in case down the line something big happens, it costs more than $4,000.
It's catastrophic injury. That would be all it would cover, nothing else.
Yep, and to pay $680 a month for that, it's kind of crazy. And even when it does kick in, they only pay 85%. So you're still paying 15% of that again when it comes to. So I mean,
one person came on there and was saying about free healthcare, and I said, I'm all for it, but then let's figure out what a year's healthcare costs, and I want all my premiums back because that's life changing.
Yeah.
If I had all the premiums I paid over my lifetime, that's life changing.
Yeah. And I know I give. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I give Don Trump because one time I was having the same conversation and he doesn't like the idea of any type of healthcare. I was like, well, I don't know if it's a perfect answer. It's a discussion we need to have. It. No. So I can get him really heated real quick by just saying, hey, Don, free healthcare. So yeah, I mess with him on that. But when it comes down to it, I don't know the perfect answer. I wish I did, but I don't.
Yeah. No, me either. You got to give, I think you got to give the rights have to go back to the people. It's like, well, another thing we're running into is a whole generation or group of people, and they're a big group that they literally, and I know I say it all the time, but they can't put a meal on their table, one meal a day, or keep a roof over their head without some sort of government assistance.
Right. And
then they're the ones that are trying to tell everybody else how they're supposed to live and how their life's ideology should be. And that's just like, what, if I was that looking for answers, I'm not going to you. Be like going to Fauci because you had some kind of a medical condition and you wanted medical advice. He's the last person I'd go to.
Yeah. Yep. And the worst thing is a lot of that becomes generational after a while. And hey, I'm fully for it. I mean, we've got these social programs to help people. I'm fully for them. They've helped a lot of people out. It's just like you say, when it becomes a way of life, I don't condemn people for it, but you need to try to find a route out of that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it got to the point where it was a career.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
You've seen that. Well, go on.
Oh, I know people. I've got a couple cousins that like, man, you guys gotta, you're healthier than I am. Here I am working a full-time job doing my own thing, plus 2 part-time jobs on the side, to try to get ahead and everything. You're healthier and younger than I am, and you're taking advantage of every system you can take advantage of. Something's not adding up here.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, you got to start. Responsibility has to start going back onto the person themselves.
Yeah, yeah. And
you're responsible for your own safety. You're responsible for your own health, and you pay the consequences for any lack of effort you put into that.
Yeah. And somebody that's like legitimately disabled and they can't. Yes, great. That's what that system is there for. I know a lot of people.
That's one thing I don't want people to ever think that I'm not. That I would ever. Them aren't the people, really legitimate ones that absolutely need the help. But I've never ever would say anything about them. That's not what I'm talking about. Or the people that goes through rough times, use it to fall back on until they can get back on. And I'm not talking about them.
Precisely. Yep.
So don't think that I'm like against anybody that has had shit luck in their life and had a problem, because I'm not.
Exactly. It's the ones that start on it when they're 22 and at the age of 50 they're still,
yeah,
still doing it and everything. That's what we all go through tough times. We all need help. I'm blessed because I have a family. We're a pretty tight family. Not everybody has that. Not everybody has the family with the ability to help.
Mm-hmm.
So, times I've seen rough times, I've had help, but from family and stuff. But yeah, I'm absolutely not saying that either. I understand.
It's like the college fund too. They want free college. Well, newsflash, there's a reason I didn't go to college. It's because I couldn't afford it.
Yep.
And it's like, free. No, because then I want the equivalent of the college degree. That ain't right to do to people.
That I would have gotten.
Yeah, I would have went to school if I could have afforded it. And we didn't have a window to. We didn't have pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. I grew up, we didn't have nothing. I mean, we weren't poor like dirt poor starving, but we didn't have, my family was lower middle class, you know.
Yeah.
My mom and dad, I mean.
I grew up pretty poor, but we had a good family. We had a good upbringing. I wouldn't change a thing.
Yeah, me too. That's how I
learned
feel.
the value of the right things. And yeah. And one of the things that really frustrates me is a lot of the younger generation that talks about all the older people that are and they say it like they're milking the system. It's like, dude, they paved the way for us. They worked their tails off to get us this ease that we have. And they paid into their Social Security retirement because they were told that that was the way to go. So we can't be spending that and taking away from them. That's money they put in there. Granted, the money they're using right now is money we're putting in there. That's not their fault. They put that money in. It's the government.
There you're back to the corruption thing where Social Security should be this plump, fat thing that's operational, and it's been raped by the corrupt. You know, they went in and raped the system.
Yep.
You know,
and it was by Democrats and Republicans. Clinton did it bad. Bush did it really bad when he actually borrowed from the Social Security to help fund the invasion of Iraq. And we all knew that money wasn't going back. I don't know why they called it a loan. That money was never going back into it.
Absolutely.
And then it was an open end check. So they approved it. They let them do it. And then we were over there for 20 years. And it was constantly coming out of things like that.
You know, at that point there, then it just turns into a giant money laundering scam.
Yep.
You know, all their buddies they're paying off their this and that and this and whatever. It just, you know, holy shit, the corruption is unbelievable. It's way worse than I knew it was bad, but
Biden's brother getting the contracts, didn't have any experience in construction or anything. He got the contracts to rebuild a lot of the buildings over there, made millions upon millions, I mean, tens of millions of dollars from the government to put up buildings. He basically all he did was hired other companies to do it, and he walked away with tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's to me, that's a money laundering scam.
Yep, that's exactly what it was in my opinion.
You know, and I kind of feel that way about now they're talking about this infrastructure. That personally, I think that's just another, you know, we're not going to see a big improvement. Our roads aren't going to be nice and bridges safe. Like they're going to scam it off and give it to their whoever donators or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I was told one time,
I guess.
I was told one time that whatever they approve, if you're lucky, 50% will go into that. If you're lucky, the rest of it's going to go into padding pockets of those who supported them in their campaign.
Yeah.
It's pretty sickening.
It is, and that's where I'm at with it. It's just all become so sickening that nothing surprises me. I'm disgusted with it all. You know, I've had it with all of it. So I don't really want, you know, and then people say, well, what do I do? Well, really, you know, as us, like me, you personally, Skull, people, just us as individuals, the only thing we really can do is not support their businesses, not go to their entertainment, not go to their games, not go to their stuff, and don't support them financially with that is a lot of power really that we have, even though it doesn't seem like you do. Don't buy their products. Don't order from their companies. Don't go to their entertainment. Don't go on their venues. Don't do their stuff.
And see, I admit I order stuff off Amazon and get grinding wheels and stuff like that.
You know, and I understand that there again, when I say that about that, I'm in a position where I don't have to, but if you had to, I understand where you have to go to Walmart once in a while. Even I don't like going to Walmart. I don't go to Walmart, and every now and then I do have to go there for something.
See, and on that area, I'm lucky because for the stuff I need that I would get from there, I do have local things I can go to.
Yeah, I've moved mine too. I'm talking like, you know, you need kids' socks you're traveling at 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, there's just times when you need to go do something. Well, I mean, I understand that.
it sucks because I really do. And I say the same things like, don't support them and everything. And, you know, and then they'll be like, well, didn't you order this off Amazon? It's like, yeah, but I don't know what to say about that. It's like, I guess I'm being a bit of a hypocrite, but, you know, maybe I should cancel it. And then I get to think, boy, if I cancel that, I'm going to pay 10 times as much local. I won't be able to get them.
Well, you know, I heard a rumor a long time ago. I drank Pepsi for a long time. And I heard a rumor a long time ago that they were putting some baby gook in it for flavoring or something.
Yeah.
So I couldn't look, and I don't know whether it's true, don't know if it's not. Just couldn't look at a Pepsi, 12-pack of Pepsi the same way anymore. So I was done drinking Pepsi. So then I moved to Coke.
Get into your head.
Well, then I'm not white enough, or I'm too white or something. Whatever they come up with that. So then now I can't drink Coca-Cola products.
Yeah.
So now I'm down to 7-Up bottling company. If they screw up, I'm just going to have to go to water, I guess.
I went to water and coffee. Because so far, Folgers hasn't insulted me, and if they do, I could go to Black Rifle and just get it from there.
Yeah. I've shift back to water a lot. You know, I only eat 2 hours a day too.
Nice. And if any of you ever get a chance to, if you like coffee like I do, Black Rifle does have some really good coffee.
I'll try it. I really will. I'll try it. Did you hear that Mike Lindell is starting up an online purchasing company, like somewhat like Amazon?
Now, see, if that happens, I will switch over in an instant.
Well, exactly. It just came out today. Mike Lindell starting up a Amazon type company. Now it's a startup. Don't get me wrong. So it's not Amazon, but that's what the goal is. And I've never made a purchase online in my life, and I would go there.
Nice.
I would get my check. Of course, I'm a little leery of putting anything on my financially on the internet. You know, like my bank account or using my debit card, or I'm just leery of that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Go down and buy. What I use is I have a Serve, what they call a Serve card. It's a reloadable, and that is my internet card. I put.
Okay, you know what? My sister was telling me about how that's how she does it too. She said you just reload the thing and put money in there, and she goes, you literally can go by like, hey, it's going to cost $900, so I'll put $950 on the card.
Yep, and that way, if they take it, they're not going to clean out your account. They're just going to get what's left over.
Yeah, I'm a tinfoil hat wearer, so I'm scared of them getting near my account. So my accounts, nothing's ever been online that I've never even looked up my account online. I call the bank or go there.
Yeah, I don't do any of my banking or anything online.
I go to the bank.
So do I, Kimmy. So do I.
Smart.
You know, I went there. This is a story. I went there one time here just last summer, not this summer, last summer. And the two older ladies in there, they're older ladies. Hell, they're fucking younger than me. The two ladies in there, I come walking in the door and they're like, "Can we ask you a question? Can we ask you a question?" You know, and I'm thinking, you know, yeah, you can. What? Well, we're not supposed to ask, but we're dying to know. And they're like, yeah, go ahead. And they said, you've had a debit card here and a bank card for both your checking and savings for a long time, haven't you? I said, oh yeah, a long time. And she goes, you've never used that card anywhere but this teller out here in the lobby. Never. I'm a small town bank. What do you call that? It's not a big corporate bank. It's a local bank.
Yeah, it's a good hometown bank.
I said, yeah, I've only, when I need cash, I like on the weekends, if I need $100 or so, I stop at that cash machine. I'll drive all the way over there to get it. Or I go to the bank to see them personally. And they said, we just want to know why. And I told them, I said, because that way, if anything happens with any of my accounts, anything comes up missing, I know the only place I've ever used that card is at that teller machine. If it's not on that teller machine, it's not legitimate.
Yeah.
That makes sense, she said. I said, yeah. I said, I'm just kind of about that kind of stuff. I have a way that I think about that. It makes me nervous. I remember them telling you to pay your bills online because it's safe. It's great. Look at the ease of it. You just, and then what that do? That opened up billions of dollars a year in theft. You know? Oh, wow. I killed the chat.
No, I'm listening, man. Sorry, I had to pee.
Oh. Well, I've just gotten really, really guarded with
I
everything
don't blame you.
to do.
I don't blame you. I go in person even to pay my automotive insurance. It's local. I go in,
So
get cash out, pay them cash.
Yep. That's how it works here too.
I just prefer that. And I know, like the internet, I think they get a little annoyed with me because I had to put a card up to get the internet, and then it was taken out for a couple of months and everything, and then I canceled that card, and I just go in and pay cash now. And they're like, "Are you paying cash?" And it's like, "Yeah." I don't know if we have change. It's like, okay, some people still do this, by the way. you should keep the change around.
Yeah, well, I'll just give you the high side and credit my account then.
Yeah, that's what I do for.
That's how I do too. The only bills I have are my utility bills, and then car insurance and stuff like that. I don't even have payments or nothing. So
That's
all that stuff, I either snail mail it with a check, and I will, when I do need to order stuff from a company, I go to the supplier and I do with a check by mail or check by phone.
Nice.
So I do order stuff, but I don't order it online. I order it directly from the manufacturer.
And see, I do it with that serve card because I can put on whatever.
My sister was telling me that's how she does it too, and that's what I'm going to have to do is get one because, I'm always like Alex Jones is a good example. I'd like to try some of his products.
Nice, yeah.
But I'm not putting any of my account information on that nowhere.
Yeah,
nobody's going to learn that.
Yeah, exactly. Logan's right. He said if they can't take cash, then it's free.
Yeah, right, Logan. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, that serve card actually works really well. My nieces and nephews and my sisters, we all use them. And we actually got it hooked up to where they're linked, and you can do this with your sister. To where, like, say, a couple of weeks ago, my niece was out of town and needed $20 for gas and texted me, "Can I have $20 for gas?" Instead of having to figure out how to give her $20, she just requested $20 on the card, and our cards are linked through emails. She did a request. I okayed the request, sent her $20. She put gas in, headed up.
Oh, outstanding! Yeah, I got to get one. I got to get one of them.
Yep, like 10 seconds. So like your grandson or your daughter, if they need to borrow something, instead of running all the way out or you running all the way to the bank, if you got some on there, you can just send them $20 for gas or something.
Yeah.
It works really well. It's a pain because Serve is American Express and not many companies take American Express. I found out.
I'm thinking about getting a Discover card too.
They do have one that's Discover. They have one that's Visa. They all have one.
Yeah, I got I don't know what they are. I got a couple of them, but I don't carry balances on them or I don't use them.
Nice.
She said too to use them. That's another thing is to take one of them cards and just use. But you've got to keep it separate from everything else. That's just your card you use online. But she uses, like you said, I don't know if she said Surf, but some cards you go reload.
Yep, it's an American Express Serve, and I had put a bunch of extra money on it one time because I was going to order some parts for my pickup. Ended up not ordering them. Didn't go get any cash out of the bank. It's like, well, I need to spend this off here because I don't want to leave it on there. So I went to the grocery store, tried to pay with it. Well, they didn't accept American Express. I'm like, crap. I was like, well, do you have an ATM? No, we don't. I had to drive 5 blocks, all my groceries sitting there, the cashier sitting there, drive 5 blocks real quick, pull money out of the ATM, and then come back and pay the $130.
Jeez.
So it's like, you guys need a sign.
You gotta look for them little signs in the store first.
Exactly. Like, you guys seriously need to put a bigger sign up.
Yeah.
They do. It's
but that's really all people are getting like that though.
What's that?
That's a good sign that people are getting like that. Like when this first started, when everybody was running to the stores and there was the run on the stores for everything. Remember that?
Yeah.
Those people that were going to those stores, they weren't buying with cash. They were buying with credit. They were.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Those people weren't going in there and buying with their out of their savings or out of their money. They were borrowing money
on all that. Yeah. I never. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I even with vehicles, I don't like paying interest because like house, I did that once. I got caught up in the. I had an expensive house. I had a Tahoe. I had an Impala. I had a new pickup, and I was paying. I had $3,800 when I was working on the rigs. I had $3,850 worth of bills every month, worth of payments and bills, and so I not only did the rigs, which I made enough on the rigs to cover it, but I not only worked on the rigs, but on my days off, I did construction. And so just to maintain that lifestyle. When Obama first got in, he signed that Green Deal, the Green New Deal or whatever it is, or his original one, and it took all the permits away from the oil field. Within 2 months, we were shut down, and I lost my income. I had everything through one bank, Chase. After 30 days, I was still waiting on my severance package and everything. After 30 days, they were sending me all this stuff. I was like, I got laid off. I was like, I got a severance package coming in. I'll get caught up. And they're like, oh yeah, just keep us notified. 3 days after I talked to them, my house showed up in the local newspaper as a foreclosure.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And by that time, it was too late. I went and got a lawyer. He's like, man, they've already done all the paperwork. He said, you can fight them. And I was in on that, one of those class action lawsuits, and we won against Chase. And I mean, they took everything. They took my savings, my credit card, debit card. They took checking account. They took my vehicles, all 3 vehicles. They took a couple CDs I had. They took the house. And my house, to tell you how much I lost in my house, I owed $26,000 on a $130,000 house.
Ouch.
So, yeah. So, I mean, and we won. Well, a bank cannot declare bankruptcy, but Bush or Obama, sorry, this is Obama at the time, they worked to deal with the federal government because they're one of those things, and this is why I thought Bush, they were one of the things that Obama did just like Bush, that they were too big to fail. And they couldn't claim bankruptcy, but they couldn't pay all that money back. So they allowed them to pay everybody 10%. So I got $8,000 instead of $80,000. So yeah, they always screw the little guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What the heck? Oh wow.
Yeah. So that was my story about literally losing everything and having to fall back on the family for a place to live until I was able to get this place and all that. And I mean, this place, luckily I got it cheap. I was in construction, got it cheap, put money I had into it, and was able to move in. So
nice.
Yeah, it's amazing how quick one policy decision could ruin so many lives, because I had it easy. I knew people that lost everything. They had kids, they were married, it's like I was single. I was able to move in with a family member and bounce back. Others, it just ruined them. So they don't
really care who they step on.
No, they got their agenda passed, and that's what mattered. Because
we're not like that.
Yeah. Yep. It's supposed to be for the nation, not for one party or the other.
Well, I'm all about being successful and getting your own. I'm all totally 100% for that, but I draw the line when you have to step on and ruin other people to get that.
I don't know if you were here last night when I typed in, I said it used to be to work hard and you get ahead. And I said, nowadays it's like they're telling you, step on people and you'll get ahead. And everything's ass backwards from what it should be.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause I refuse. I mean, can you imagine, being successful and having this or that, and then knowing all these people were just destroy their lives to have that.
Right. Yep. I couldn't live with it.
No, I couldn't either. But see, that's the difference between us and them. We're immoral, and you actually have a conscience and, empathy. Yeah. They talk about it, but you actually have empathy for other people, but they don't,
Yep. I think Skull's making a joke, and I like it. He's pull it up. He said, build up debt and then pay it off with the cheap inflation money later.
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't like the idea. Like my pickup, I bought it with 80,000 miles on it. It's a 2002. I got it several years ago. I paid $1,500 for it. And I could have gone out, got a new vehicle when the interest rates were low and everything, but I would have also paid for 3 of those pickups by the time I was done.
Yeah.
So I bought the $1,500 one. I got it cheap because the paint was chipping. So it's like, that doesn't bother. The paint doesn't get me from point A to point B, and it's a work pickup. So
yeah. I've always had to buy that way too, you know, for functionality, and I never was able to buy I was never glitz, you know, just to say you had it. But hey, I did drive, speaking of that, not bragging, but I did drive a Model Y Tesla.
Was it pretty cool?
And I got to go on a drive with it. They're really weird to drive. It's like super quiet. Yeah. And you run them with the gas pedal. You don't use the brake. You don't use a brake, not to stop, nothing.
Really?
You just use the gas pedal. They don't, when you let up on the gas, they don't keep rolling like when you let up on your pickup truck and it just rolls up to the light and you got to put the brakes on to stop it.
Yeah.
No, when you let up on the gas, it stops it. It stops it. So like when you come up, you have to gauge you with your foot and let up on the gas to get you to come up. Eventually you come up behind the car and you let up on the gas completely and it stops.
So if you let up all the way real quick, will it like slam on the brakes?
It'll slow right down and stop. Not like skidding tires and spilling drinks and shit. But it'll come right to a stop. Fairly rapidly.
Nice.
It's much the same as if you were putting the brakes on to stop it from, you know. There is a brake pedal for emergency use, but that's kind of what I don't know if it's for emergency use, but that's kind of what it's there for. Nice. And another thing I found was like really hypocritical about it was that, you know how you can't use a cell phone or whatever that's supposedly illegal in a car if you're driving down the road to, you know, call or text or whatever, it's illegal.
Right. Yep.
You can't run this thing unless you could run the 14-inch computer screen on the dashboard by the steering wheel.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's how you drive it. You drive it off of a computer screen. That's how it runs. You don't use
you can't talk on the phone, but you can search the internet.
Yeah. It's really odd. I just thought to myself, it's my niece that's got it, and they're kind of them kind of people, you know, that. And I just had to drive the fucker just because the way I understand it, there's like a 6 or 8 week wait to get an appointment for a test drive.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't. You don't just go to stop there and say, "Hey, I want to test drive a new Tesla." They won't let you. You got to make an appointment. And I hear through the grapevine, when you make that appointment, you have to give them information, and what they're doing is they're background checking you.
Oh, to make sure you're not going to try to run off with the car.
Run off with the car, or if you really could afford to buy it, because they're not going to waste their time with you if you can't afford to buy it. You know, but I got to drive that, and my brother-in-law got a 2021 Dodge. I think it's just a 150, but man, that is a vehicle. Wow.
Last year, my brother-in-law. Yeah, they're nice.
And I'm like you. I drive a 2001 F-150. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have no money. You know.
Yeah. Well, you do. Actually, you probably have more money than the people paying the payments on the vehicle. Yeah. I've got cousins that they've got nice vehicles that now I've got a brother-in-law. Like last year, he's got more money than I do, even in his accounts and everything, but he makes a crap load of money. So, I mean, he makes a couple $100,000 a year, but he bought last year he bought the new 6.7 diesel, the Dodge. And that thing is nice. But I've got cousins that it looks like they're living high on the hog, but I've no kidding had to loan them money because they got way behind and needed help, or they're gonna because every penny they get when they get a check, it goes off to payments.
You know, I used to play tournament softball for the Budweiser tour.
Nice.
And we had another couple that would run with us, And that couple, they had brand new snowmobiles, new house, new cars, everything new. And we'd go out on the weekends to these tournaments, and you'd go, like, a lot of our games would be 8 o'clock in the morning. You always played a game between 8 and 11 o'clock in the morning. So we play our morning game, and then we go to breakfast. And I can't count how many times we had to, somebody on the team had to pony up for them to buy them breakfast, because they just, I can't go. We're not going to go to breakfast. Look, well, I'll buy. Oh, okay, if you're buying, because they couldn't. They were so payment poor, they couldn't afford to go eat breakfast in the morning.
And 90% of the nation is like that.
People have got to get away from that. And when you were saying about that truck, you're right. I having the money for it, and I would never. There's no way I would spend, $76,000 on a pickup truck. There's no fucking way.
Fun to think about, though.
Yeah, it's fun to think. And if someone gave it to me, yep, I would drive. Now the Tesla, I'd put it up for sale.
Yeah.
But the pickup, I would drive that.
Yeah. Yep. I completely agree. And I've been tempted at times, like driving my brother-in-law's. It's like, holy cow, I don't know. It'd be nice, but and you go through that internal struggle.
Yep.
But then
but in the long run, I think I've lived payment poor when I was younger. I lived like that, where you'd bust your ass all week, and you get this huge payday coming in. They'd come in, and you literally write out bills and wouldn't have hardly enough left to get through to the next payday.
I went through that stage too.
I lived like that for years. Wow.
Yep. In
I remember one
lost everything.
Yeah, we had our savings, and we had a bunch of shit. Like, we even had couch and chairs and furniture and shit on these payment programs, right? Well, what it was a washer and dryer that we bought. I paid on that thing diligently, and after like a year and a half, I hadn't paid hardly anything on it, on the amount that I paid for it.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So I got mad, and I thought, the hell with this. So I went to the bank, I got the cash, and I paid for it. Well, wouldn't you know, it goes into this bank that night to get, and they're like, oh, well, you don't have that much,
Oh yeah. Yep.
She mad when she got home, and then I told her, I'm done paying these people. We're done with that.
Yep.
I've been making payments on that for a year and a half, and I paid the principal.
Yep. When you finance stuff, you pay for 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Right. That's cool, Dallas. I like Dallas's thing there. Skull, I'm guessing, has a CDL. He said he downshifts to stop like a boss, to slow down. So he must have a CDL. Because in a truck, the brakes are not a popular thing to use by the company that owns the truck if you're driving.
And I've been in a rut of burying people too. In like 2 weeks, I buried like 3 people, and I know 5 that died.
Sorry to hear that, man.
But and the 2 of them were logistically was why I didn't go to them funerals. But they all had one thing in common, and you can guess what it is.
Did they get their shot?
Every one of them. 3 of them had kidney problems. And a kidney problem more.
See, and I'll admit, I'm straight nervous about it, and it makes me nervous when people I know get it. But if they did the research and they chose to, I can't. I can't.
Like I'll tell Mallory when we go somewhere, there's people there. I'll tell Mallory, you do not speak about it.
Yeah.
Just don't even talk about it.
Yeah.
Decision, whatever they did, let them do. I don't look down. People can do whatever people want to. I think I've changed on that kind of stuff.
Last thing I want to do is make them feel bad for their choices, because I've never made choices, throughout my whole life. So.
Yeah. Another thing is my decisions in my life. When I did my decision motions, they were always shit decisions. Yeah. But when I thought about them and really, looked at them from different angles and really gave them good thought, then I made good decisions.
Right.
And that was a horribly expensive lesson to learn.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I should get off here. I won't get up in the morning.
What's that?
I got to get up here. You got to get up. I got to mow tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably better shut it down too. I don't have to be in early, but Kim.
Sorry, Kim, we didn't hardly let you talk.
Yeah, we didn't give you much of a chance.
That's okay. I just love when I stay up like this, just hearing your guys' voices and stuff. It gets my mind off of sick Pat a lot.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's tough, ain't it?
I understand that. I might go for 8 more minutes if you guys are willing to stick around for 8 more minutes and put it right at the hour.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That way, give people in chat a little forewarning there.
That's
I got
I
into
can't.
What's that?
Just that I have trouble with the chat, and I either have to be in the chat or be on this panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm on a tablet.
And that's how my phone was. Right now, I'm on the laptop and doing it this way. I can see a lot more, so it works out. Especially being in the sound or StreamYard, I can see everything a little bit better.
Yeah, you notice those guys with conversation, and it's like they're not, but you're not. Maybe 2 guys on 3 or 4 or 5 minutes talking to the people. I can't do that, and that drives me nuts.
Yeah. And see, I get too into the convo sometimes, and I forget to check the chat. I feel bad.
Yeah, I don't. So I'm not ignoring you guys intentionally in the chat.
Yeah, same here. I just, I guess I am ignoring you, but not on purpose. I get too into the chat or into the conversation.
And my problem is it's really hard for me to read chat. So
I've been getting bad about that lately. This last year, if I look, even reading a book, if I stare at it too long, my eyes start getting blurry. I don't know if
I'm that too. I think that's an age thing.
Must be, because man, it's catching me hard this year. I'm not used to it. It's like, well, what the heck's going on? And then I gotta hold it like 2 foot away to be able to read it. It's like, oh, this ain't normal.
Well, I wore glasses my whole life. And then I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, I had that eye surgery done. Well, I got 2015 visual eyes. All of my arm's length, I can't shit without glasses.
Oh, yeah.
I have readers, but I don't wear glasses normally,
Nice.
So it cost me what, $5,000 to go from always have 1 pair of glasses. You have to keep track of like 12 pair of glasses. I've got reading glasses everywhere in my truck, and the blazer, in the house, in the shed.
Hey, Butch. Dear Butch is coming in. Coming in. It's trying to come in.
He's a fellow Minnesotan.
Oh, he's up there by you, huh?
Yeah, reasonably close. I think he's a little further north.
Nice.
Me area.
It's showing that he's loading.
See that?
Hey, Butch.
I don't have.
I see him now.
I don't see him. It's black. Butch, you there?
Oh, he froze. See, I've been lucky. And I don't even know if it's a normal thing
Okay.
or what. But there he is. But I've got 20, 30.
There you
vision.
And he's froze.
Yep.
Yep, he still froze.
Yeah, it kicks in for a second and then freezes on him. Sometimes some of these areas, I know every so often we'll get kind of like even with this fiber optics, we get like a little bit of an internet blackout to where we have a heck
Yeah, that
of a time.
happens here too.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah. Yep. It goes every now and then. It'll start dropping me out, and sometimes it'll kick me right back to my home page for no reason.
Nice. Oh,
even just
that's
lurking, I'll be sitting here at night because a lot of times, you guys, I'm lurking because I'm tired. I've been running around doing this or that, but I put this on and then I just lay down and listen to it while I fall asleep,
Nice. Yeah.
And I'll look over and it'll kick me back to my home page.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, he gave up. See if he comes in again. I'll put the invite out again so he can come in for a few minutes before we head out. Still getting used to this, so it takes me time. Sorry, guys. There we go. We've got in Colorado now, we've got called rolling low voltage blackouts. You don't completely black out, but you get you can leave like one light on, or it'll run one TV or something like that. But as for all your power, almost all of it goes off, but there's enough power going through the line where you can run one thing.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. But they're calling it low voltage. I have no idea. And here's another funny thing. Right next to my town, within 10 miles of my town, they're putting in like 20 or 25 new wind turbines. And they actually had it a little while ago. They had it in the paper that our electricity bill was going to go up by about 8%. But we've got all these new turbines going in, but our bill is going to go up.
Yep. See, the problem with both wind and solar is storage. When the wind's blowing, they're putting into the power, but traditionally at that point, your power grid's kind of set up to take it anyway.
Right.
But there is storage for that. For any excess that this wind or this solar creates, there's no storage for it. So although it adds to the grid, it normally adds to the grid when there's kind of no reason for it.
Right.
Like you don't need the help.
Yep.
So it's kind of a,
And not to mention, they've actually, all the power that's being generated here, we don't get it. They sold it to either the Front Range or California. So everything that's here in these wind generators doesn't go to us.
That would make perfect sense.
Yeah. So they got to run anything that does go to us. It has to go all the way to the Front Range first and then back to us.
Well, that's, that same thing happened here. I'm in an area where they have some of them big wind farms. I mean, these things are giant for mills.
Mm-hmm.
They in every direction, and there's windmills everywhere as far as you can see. And when they put them in, everybody's electricity bill went up, and I'm like, I'm just a carpenter, but that doesn't make sense to me.
Yep.
You put all these windmills in for all this extra power, but the bills went up.
Yep.
I don't know.
Why is it costing me 8 to 10% more? It just makes no sense.
Nope. And you're right. It's either that the power doesn't go in the grid at the right way, or selling it off to someone else.
Sorry about that. I had to keep the dog going after a cat. I had to push mute real quick.
I would like a small system at 12-volt system at Cape though. Because really all I have there is a generator.
Well, see, and I think
All I need is
I think those are a good idea. The personal systems, the home systems. I think those are a good idea.
yep. There's those. I agree with that. It's just not on a real or a mass consumption level.
Right. Exactly.
But very good. There is a place. I worked here a few years back. I worked at a farm. I was pouring up the base of a hog operation, the concrete of this.
Yeah.
It's gigantic, but whatever. He had one of them electric or solar, and it was. I mean, he had like 4 or 5 acres of solar panels. Just it was gigantic. So I was asking him about it one day. I said, what all run? And he looked at me and he kind of rolled his eyes, and I said, well, it's supposed to run the whole farm. When it's built, he says, when it was built, I got huge tax credits for it, basically paid for itself. But this thing was supposed to run the whole farm. But he says, the truth is, it won't run the milker or the steam machine. Apparently, this big milking operation. Yeah, this big milking operation he has the pump system. It won't run that, and it doesn't store enough power to like get him through a day's milking. And then he has to also run a sterilizer unit, which pumps boiling water through the system to clean it, and it won't run the sterilization system. So I said, well, what good is basically what you see out there? All that. He said, my brother-in-law, his brother and a relative-in-law rewired it, and it just runs the lights on the farm.
Nice.
That's all it runs is the yard light, the house lights. It doesn't run even the refrigerators to the house and everything are set up separate. So he says, really, it was a complete bust and a waste of,
Yep. And that's just it. If you're planning on doing too much with it, you may as well just stay plugged into the good old coal-fired, reliable electricity.
Yeah. Well, Don was talking about going to Emerald, and he was talking about getting a solar thing to run his air conditioner in his camper.
Right.
And I told Don, I said, I don't think that's not gonna work. You're never gonna unit. Good on this unit. You gotta run it for about 45 minutes, and that's the power with them. That's the problem with them. They don't have power storage.
Right.
So I said, if you're going to run a conditioner, you're going to have to take a generator with you.
Yeah. And it's almost impossible to do it without it. You just can't produce enough. I mean, like for Emerald, he does what he needs to do. Everything he needs to do, he's able to do it. And then, if he doesn't have it, and even he said that he's got that generator to back it up. Like if he has to run a welder or anything bigger, he's gonna fire that generator up. So this is
Yeah, he fired the generator up to run his water for the shower and stuff like that.
Right.
But mainly he's running off the batteries and off the panels, the solar light stuff.
Yeah, but these household lights and stuff, they as much.
Yeah.
You get into like
right.
Or refrigerators, now you're running it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has a small little refrigerator in the part that he's living in, and he has like them sensor lights. So you're not turning on a light all the time or anything. It just realizes when you're there, it comes on.
Nice. Yeah. Kind of like a security light that pops on from the motion.
Yep. And he got them in the house.
Nice.
Motion detector lights.
Yeah, he's pretty test.
Yep. Yeah, and I think you've pretty well got it down on everything, how it hooks up too.
Yeah.
Well, heck, I hate to run on y'all, but thank you guys all for chatting with us. And Kim, thank you as always. Carp, same as always. Thank you for the good conversations. Skull, Dear Butch, I'm sorry it didn't work out that you came up, but it was good seeing you. Dallas, everybody else. And have a good night, and thank you guys again.
Good night,
Yep,
everybody.
everybody.
God bless. Sleep well.
Take care, guys. Good night.
Night.